I wasn't logged into the right
No, I know, I know.
stream
I
thing.
tried to tell you.
But it's a lot to figure out. I can't take DMs, so it's very difficult. Um, when I'm in streamer mode. So now we should be good though. I did change the stream key and everything. If I type in chat, it will keep me as real soul. But I shouldn't have to sign in as
No, you're live.
I'm live on their channel now.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're live
cool.
on the right one now.
All right, sick. Um, we have to convert and move spectators, and someone should make an announcement for this, please. That would be great. Phenomenal, actually. Let's type in Snapchat.
Let's see here.
Hey, what the fuck is this? All right, cool.
It's your funeral.
All right, I have 4 viewers. Are they on the right chat? I don't even know. I don't know.
For some reason it says that we're hosting Immortal Gaming.
Oh. Well, I changed the stream key.
Yeah, I know. It's weird. No, it's working. Never mind.
That should be live.
We are. I see it now. All right, cool. It looks like something actually happened. Maybe a wrong pick got locked in. Gonna have to they're restarting
Yeah,
the lobby.
Cairo accidentally put the wrong champion in.
Don't just hop in here, brother.
Yeah, we are.
We're live.
Rip.
Just DM us information like how they do on LCS stage. Damn. All right. First swear word, final swear word. All right. Okay. So moving right back into it, we can quickly review the bans. I ran through it as a rap god the first initial time, but what do you think about the pick and how pick and ban went in this draft phase, Charzy?
I think the one thing that that Shadow kind of has going for him here is that there's not going to be a whole lot of damage threat that Mundo has to worry about in this game, particularly into double AP. Mundo does generally very well into AP champions, and I don't think that Drexel is going to have enough to really be able to get through the front line that is the monstrous tank of a Mundo. But both teams seem to have drafted, or the one thing that Shadow kind of has to worry about is that they're just a little bit lower on the damage side until they get into the later stages of the game.
I think so too. I believe that when it comes into the scaling side of the team compositions, the only really big part that scales on the side of Life Essence would be the Mundo as a tank scaling. But the main thing that they're going to have to do to counteract that, there's a lot of things that counteract that champion at this point currently. Like there's the Grievous Wounds on Morella Nomicon, there's the Grievous Wounds on Mortal Reminder. I'm sure someone on their team is going to end up taking an Ignite, and that is a Trundle support. I just realized that now, thinking about it. It's not a Trundle top, it's a Vladimir top, I believe.
Not,
or is it a
it
Victor
like
top?
yeah, they just locked in the Victor top.
They locked
so it's
in the
gonna
Victor
be
top?
Victor
Okay,
and the
cool.
Mundo. I think it's an important matchup, and I think it's the key matchup that we kind of want to keep our eyes on here, just because we got to see how Mundo's going to be able to do, because Victor's known to just be sort of an oppressive lane bully into melee champions, such as champions like Mundo.
Yeah, I believe that the main focus of red side, of blues, of blue team in this game is going to be getting their bot lane ahead early. They're gonna have to play around their bot lane and hope that their top half of the map can be self-sufficient. Because if they don't get their bot lane reasonably ahead, Ezreal will just hard outscale their Kalista, and that can lead to some very difficult team fighting situations as well. They need to also be able to play around objective control. Their team has a lot of zone control inside of their kits. Mundo being very strong just as a body in the front line. Wait, Gragas? Is that a Gragas support? Was the draft wrong? I guess the draft
Okay.
might have been wrong. But
I think this is better for them.
yeah, I think that's a lot better than the Trundle. I do think it's a lot better into the Galio. I think it's a lot better into the Kindred because it knocks the entire team out of her ultimate and just basically makes her ultimate work for your team. And I believe I think that's pretty good, actually. I like how they swap. I like the draft from both sides, but I believe that if red team or Drexel is able to get ahead and hold the lead and just force out a farm simulator sort of game, that they're most likely just going to win the game because they have a Victor, they have a Vladimir, they have a Gragas. It's a Jarvan support, actually. It's a Gragas jungle.
Wow.
And they also have two frontline champions, while on the side of Life Essence, all we really have as a tank for them is Galio, who's not going to really be all that tanky, and a Mundo who doesn't really provide any hard CC. So the initiation also from Life Essence has to come all out of their support Dano. Otherwise, they're not really going to be able to do very much.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like Shadow's main objective here is just kind of kite back and then have sort of this peel into re-engage sort of team composition with the Morgana and the Galio. Just really trying to make sure that they protect Samso and Selfish King as much as possible here, because the double AD is really how they're going to be able to win the game.
I agree with that. I'm waiting to see how they start out this game, whether they 5-point or invade, because invading as blue team is actually relatively strong. Morgana, while playing mid, doesn't really want to start binding, but I don't really think that she can be punished too much for starting it against the Vladimir who has to start a Q, because his wave clear level 1 isn't very strong. But I also think that mainly when it comes to invading, Kalista's also very strong at that level 1. They have Mundo cleavers for slowing because he always levels Q level 1. And Kindred is also very strong in terms of auto attack follow-up because she does have 500 range, or 525 if I'm correct.
Well, do you think they invaded on the red side or the blue side here, which is more advantageous?
I think that they want to invade red. Like, they would wrap straight up through top lane and then walk into top tribe rush and attempt to get vision on the top side of the map. And if they can initiate vertical jungling that way, it's not very good for them. So I think that they might want to invade on the bot side, but it's really difficult to. There's really no avenues to do that from the blue side of the map. I think the more likely, how they should start would be that they would have to 5-point. That's the only thing that makes sense in terms of their draft. But
Yeah.
I'm very interested in seeing how this turns out, how we start this game, whether there's going to be a bloody start, a slow start.
Both of these teams, from my knowledge, throughout most of Upsurge, has generally, they've been down and dirty. They've been trying to get into the action early on, very LPL style, lots of fights, lots of early game aggression. So I think we're in for a really good game here and a really good series.
I hope so. We have 30 seconds till we get into the loading screen for game 1. I really would like to know what happens in the first 3 minutes. I'm really excited, actually. And I hope that everybody in chat is too. But I do have a little bit of a shout out to one of our sponsors here. we have a new sponsor for Life Essence and a part of the UML called Scuttle Scrims, and it is a web platform for serious amateur and collegiate esports teams to find matches, analyze performance, and effectively manage their teams. Public beta is coming out early May, and you guys can sign up at scuttlescrims.gg if you guys are on teams, or you guys are looking to start trying to find scrims for your teams, or you're looking to start a team and you realize that setting up scrims can be a little bit difficult. Go ahead and try out Scuttle Scrims when it starts the beta in early May.
And if you give it just a second, guys, we'll be able to get that link down in the chat for you. So.
All right.
There it is, fellas. Well, this is it. UML Division 3 Finals, Life at Shadow versus Drexel University. Drexel pulling out all of the tricks in the book, swapping on us, pulling out this Jarvan support with Airy. My name's Charzy, joined by Soul, and we're so happy to have you here with us tonight.
Indeed we are. We are getting right into it. Game is about to start. We loaded in a little bit early. We gotta wait for the game to catch up. But here we go. We get a chance to see where both teams start and how they choose to play out this early game. Again, I do think that the main focus of blue team being Shadow should be to focus around their bot lane and to allow their Kalista to get very far ahead, or relatively far ahead in the early game, so that they can be allowed a relatively easy mid to late game, and give them a little bit more wiggle room in terms of what they can do in mid to late game team fights. They do really want to be able to rotate around the map with a fed Kalista to try to slow down the rest of the enemy team, because they do have a lot of hyperscalers in the enemy team right now. They have a Victor, they have a Vladimir, they have a Ezreal, and you really don't want to fall behind against a team comp like that early and allow them to get their items and their builds set up.
Yeah,
So,
definitely. I think Shadow here is definitely get an early advantage and snowball it where they're strongest into the mid game, because we just know Vladimir and Victor are just going to scale into the late game like the absolute monsters that they are.
and it seems that we're going to have a very normal standard 5-point start. Victor's in the top tribush waiting for his top laner to appear, but it seems like our blue side jungler Selfish King is starting his blue buff, which I haven't really seen happen a lot in the current meta. What do you think about that, Charzy?
What was your question? I was trying to get rid of something.
What do you think about their jungler's blue start?
I think what it shows you is that they're looking to, they'd be more than willing to handshake the vertical jungle here and play towards the bottom side of the map, and leaving Victor alone in an island on the top side. And I think that's kind of where Drexel wants to be, because they want to try to keep Selfish King from being able to impact this bottom lane and make sure that they can shut this Kalista down early. Gragas does get spotted out on ward here though, so they will know he's on the bot side of the map, and they will kind of have a general idea what his pathing is going to be going into the next couple of minutes.
And it seems like all of the lanes for Shadow have priority. Their bot lane is shoving in very quickly and very hard. Their top lane is setting up a large double stacked wave in the top lane, and their mid lane had priority all the way up to the tower, and it just recently got reset. Kindred has invaded and is on Gragas' red buff. I'm interested in seeing, is he going to be able to steal it away or not? It does not look like he is. He's backing off of there, going instead for a gank onto the Victor, who is very low, but nothing seems like it'll come of it.
Yeah, definitely. But the important thing here is that Kindred was able to pick up that mark tops map, so that way one mark into the game really early on, 3 minutes in, so she's only really looking for 3 more before the Kindred starts to get that extra auto attack range, and then she's really able to do a lot more around the map.
Yeah, it seems like Cairo, the mid laner for Shadow, is now being pushed in by Okami, the mid laner for Drexel. Vladimir has hit level 3, or has hit level 4 now, and that provides him a lot more wave clear than his early 2 levels. So he should have a lot easier time pushing in this Morgana and allowing himself to get a little bit more chances to roam if he does choose it. I'd like to see what these teams do with their lane priority, because a lot of the time when I'm looking at some of these games in amateur, that teams don't tend to ward with their priority. They tend to stay in the lane and allow, like, just to try to provide or push a greater advantage rather than roaming and protecting themselves that way. But I am interested in seeing how these teams decide to use that priority in this game. It seems like there was a little bit of vision on the map. Red team has some vision inside of their red side jungle, but we have a 2v2 going on bottom and out, and it seems that straight, like, Ryzen just has to flash out. He gets hit by the taunt, he gets by the Justice Punch, and there's a Kindred there. There's really nothing that he could do besides flash EQ away. It seems like top lane is also trading very heavily. Mundo's very low.
Yeah, that's kind of to be expected in this matchup, though. Victor's just going to kind of harass the entire time. I think once after Mundo's first back, he's able to get the Spectre's Cowl, and he's able to sustain a little bit more of that harass. It'll be okay for him. But I did think that was very good pathing out of Selfish King here for Life Essence Shadow.
I believe we have a little bit of trouble in the top lane. It almost looked like the top laner for Shadow is going to get run down by the Victor, but he does get away because of minion block. I don't really think that's the matchup or the way that they believe that the matchup was going to go for them. Mundo is supposed to be winning in their eyes, which is why I believe they drafted it. And they're seeming to have a little bit of trouble in that matchup. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's something that they were definitely hoping was going to be performing a little bit better here in the early game.
Looking top, Mundo is very low, and Gragas is topside, and there are no wards inside of Shadow's blue side jungle. I believe that he's going to try to dive if he can. He's pathing for it, but it looks like Mundo should be able to recall and get out of there without anything happening to him unless Victor can stop this recall right now. There's 8 seconds. He has to channel it for another 8 seconds. It looks like the tower dive is about to happen on the top side of the map. Billy is there. He has his ultimate. He pops it for the heal. Gragas decides to turn off from the dive. Okay.
Yeah, that's super lucky that Billy actually got 6 there. The ultimate kind of just dissuades him, heals up too much, but they definitely should have known that was happening. And you can see Kindred was coming up on the top side of the map there to be for the 2v2 anyway.
Yeah, it looks like they were just going to attempt to do that because all of Gragas' camps are already down. He had a lot of time to attempt to go for that play. He still had his flash up, so the tower dive was going to have a chance of going very, very smoothly. But Victor did have no mana, so chances of a kill coming out of there and not just summoner spells was relatively low. But now it looks like Gragas is invading the blue side jungle of Kindred, and he does manage to steal away the big wolf. Which is going to set Kindred a little bit behind. She's already down a little bit in gold and down a little bit in levels. But look, it seems like Valiant's taking a 2v2. Jarvan flags and drags, but Galio lands a very large taunt, and now they just seem to just trade very large amounts of their health bars in this bot lane skirmish. I don't think that Shadow's bot lane should have been pushed up far enough to allow for that type of engage. And they lose a lot of pressure because of it.
I think they're okay with it though, because SAMSO does have the Vamp sector, so he is going to be able to sustain a little bit of the damage they did take from that trade, and then they can look for another all-in on the Jarvan, who's definitely going to be a lot lower.
Jarvan still has no flash, yeah, and Galio still has Ignite. He could whiff a Justice Punch and go straight for the taunt and Ignite, and I believe that Jarvan would be almost dead. But he doesn't have to worry about the safety of his AD carry. Gragas is on the bot side. Morgana is pathing down. They encounter each other in the river. Morgana throws a binding, and Gragas just ease over the wall. So he's out, and he's safe. Bot lane currently does not have priority, so they can't attempt to go for this dragon, but they do get bot lane Scuttle going for the Kindred. She has 1 mark currently, so she is still waiting to try to get a second mark, still waiting to be able to counter jungle or go for a successful gank in order to get one of those marks. And she is ganking bottom right now. Ezreal does still have flash. He's taking a very large amount of damage. Gragas is now counter-ganking it. He has pressed his Predator, and he's on his way down. He still has Body Slam Flash. I believe he's looking for it. He messes it up. He hits the minion with it, and he gets re-engaged by the Galio. He gets taunted, and that is first blood for Life Essence Shadow. I believe that play was a little bit too greedy on the side of Drexel. I would like to know what their communication was like in that situation.
Definitely, like, and your execution has to be cleaner if you're looking to do something like that, right? Like, you can't make this is the UML finals that we're talking about here. These sort of like simple mistakes can't be happening in a time like this. They also
and it looks like they're trying to fight for this Infernal Dragon. Jarvan goes in, he goes for the flag and drag, he presses his R onto the Kindred. Kindred uses her lands for spike. She's able to get out with very low HP, and now it looks like Vladimir's just going to be able to clean up, but no, Kindred walks back in and is able to get queued by the Vladimir, and it looks like Vladimir's going to be traded 1-for-1 or 2-for-1 and the Dragon in terms of this team fight. I believe that Gragas should be able to get away. I don't really understand how they were able to steal the Dragon, but very good for Drexel to be able to do that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's quite unfortunate. Everything was the Dragon is. I think Drexel's okay. They're in a scaling composition. They're willing to take the Infernal and 1 kill for 2, so.
I mean, they're also up 600 gold due to the CS leads in numerous lanes. There's a 8 CS lead in top lane, plus the Kleptomancy gold. There's a 17 CS lead in mid lane, a 5 CS lead in bot lane, currently 8, yeah, still 8 in the jungle. So there's a lot of things going on currently that is not going into the favor of Life Essence, and they really need to try to kick this game into gear in order to get ahead and generate larger gold leads in order for them to win. They're down 700 gold right now, and they're down in Infernal Dragon, which averages out to about this point in the game for all their stats equals about maybe 1,000 or 800 to 1,000 more stats worth of gold, and that can mean a lot when it comes to having an Ezreal who normally has a relatively weak laning phase. He's currently only sitting on his Sheen and his pickaxe.
He's stacking up that tier, the goddess, though.
He's still stacking his tier. But in terms of just the raw stats and damage that's coming out of their team at this point, Gragas has finished his Runic Echoes. Victor has upgraded his Hex Core. It seems like they're going for it all into the mid lane, but Morgana presses R. The stun lands. Vlad still has Pool. He uses it. He's already used Heal Plague. He heals up just a little bit, but I believe that this kill is going to go right over to the Kindred, and that is a clean gank in the mid lane for Shadow. I said that I needed them to step up the tempo. Yeah, I saw that I said that they needed to step up the tempo, and that's exactly what we wanted to see come out of them.
That's super good for him. The Kindred's now 2-1 and 2. He's able to start being more impactful. He's definitely going to be able to scale into this mid game quite well here. So it's just interesting to kind of see. Oh, what is Gragas doing?
Gragas gets bound, and he just dies in the mid lane. I believe he overstepped while trying to push the wave back, and we have a 2v2 bottom. Guy lands just a bunch. He lands the taunt onto the Jarvan, but nothing else comes of it. He gets poked back. He's very low. We have another gank in the top side. Victor flashes away, but I believe he should still die here to the Kindred. Kindred uses lands or spikes to take no damage from the tower shots. We have another 2v2 coming down bottom. Again, Galio gets ulted by the Kalista. He lands just as much. He lands the taunt, and now it's a 1v1 between 80 carries. I believe that Kalista should win this, but she doesn't. The minions and the ult clipped her on the way out, sidestepping. But that was a lot of action very quickly. And sadly,
Shadow to pick up the tempo, and here you have it. Picking up the pace of this game. They're tower diving the top side of the map. They're looking for fights in every single lane, and it's working out for them. They managed to close the gap on the gold lead.
They did. They're now 100 gold up. The gold lead is only going to get a little bit larger due to the CS that's about to crash in the top lane. Mundo now has a CS lead. I need some water. I was very ill-prepared to be trying to talk this fast for this long, but hopefully...
We got a rap god, ladies and gentlemen.
We have I'm just trying to do my job here. And now we're just going to go back to a regular standardized pathing. Gragas is on his blue buff. I believe he's going to pass it off to Vladimir just for the CDR. Vladimir doesn't really benefit from the mana regen, but the CDR is very good in terms of allowing him to be able to push his wave. And it seems like they were going to try to have a gank coming down bottom, but Gragas accidentally presses his stopwatch. Ooh, you hate to see that kind of things. You hate to see that kind of thing happen, and that is not the type of thing that Drexel needs to be happening if they want to attempt to get back to this game. The top Mundo is getting very strong. I believe that he is currently at the point where he can just kill this Victor, and we're about to see that right now. He's healing. He's just pressed R, so Victor is basically doing no damage, and Victor is about to die, but he's handing it over to the Kindred because he, as the tank, does not need the gold. And that is a 1v, and that is the new Mundo, boys and girls. He is very strong. The buffs have added up over each patch with a direct buff on this one and allows them to be very strong. We have a 2v2 coming out on bottom. Gragas is down here. Jarvan flag dragged in, ulted. Galio uses the ult to get out. They are all very low bottom. They're both basically 1 HP. I believe that they're going to pick up both these kills. As Ezreal should be EQing forward, but it looks like this is just going... Looks like Samso is going to get away, and he jumps into the bomb. I believe that if he kited towards him, he could probably have gotten a double kill there, but that is exactly what Drexel wanted to happen. It's working out in their favor at this point, and they're looking to try to pull their bot lane back into this game, try to pull them back ahead, which has succeeded at this point. And the Ocean Drake has also spawned. So this is going to be the second dragon going over to Drexel. The bot lane is not, like, the bot lane for Shadow is not in position to respond. Neither is the jungler. I'm hoping to see some counter jungling out of Selfish King in order to correct the amount of gold that he just lost across the map. Because due to the canceling up, it looks like we're going to have a gank mid. Vlad gets up on that binding. He has to flash, but he gets stunned, and the kill goes again over to Selfish King. He's a 5-in-1 Kindred right now into this game, and we are only 15 minutes in. He has 2 stacks, though, so a lot of his ganks aren't really planned. He just kind of goes with the flow and is able to get these kills out. I would like to see him using his pass a little bit better to get some more stacks, but overall, he's still very, very strong at this point in the game.
Yeah, definitely, and he can definitely start to take his advantage that he's generated himself, apply pressure to the Gragas directly, and maybe he can start picking up some stacks. Oh, we got a Rift Herald going down.
Rift Herald dropping down mid. Ezreal drops his ult in terms of wave clear. I believe they wanted to drop this because it was about to expire. He did get it about 3 minutes ago, so that does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's definitely something that they need to be communicating better in this. You know, they gotta let the teammates know, hey, I have Rift Herald, what are we looking to do? And it just looks like there's a lapse of communication there for Team Shadow.
It looks like they're looking to siege down mid tower. Both top tier 1 for red team and bot tier 1 for blue team have been taken by the opposites. But the gold lead is still very even, which is not exactly what Shadow wants it to be like at this stage in the game, considering their team composition versus the opponents. Victor has now has his completed Hex Core. Vladimir has his Oblivion Orb and is going into his Zonias. Ezreal is almost on 2 items, and he's going for Triforce, so he's looking to punch really hard through the front line and onto the squishier targets of Life Essence. I really, again, need Life Essence to kick up the tempo, attempt to go for a lot more high octane plays. It looks like we have a bit of a play going, or a bit of a gank going down in the mid lane, but I don't really think anything is going to come of it. They're just pushing. Mundo lands a cleaver. He walks over to, he's walking forward again. The Jarvan is waiting in the wings. So is the Gragas. Jarvan goes in, EQ, presses R. Morgana is very low. She manages to Zhonya's, but she is super low. She gets flashed on an auto attack. Gragas, and it seems like Billy can only. They can keep going, but I don't recommend. The Gragas still waiting in the wings. He still his body slam is about up now. Victor, they can't even do anything against Victor in the bot lane. So all they do is Drexel gets a kill in the mid lane, and Victor is still able to hold down the bot lane tower. They should be able to get decent damage on this mid tower here, being that they can basically not do any damage to this Mundo. He's able to just proc his Demolish for free and walk right out of there. Laying another cleaver. Mundo, Vladimir pulls. I don't really think that that's a necessary thing to do there. There's really no way that they chase him under the tower, but...
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's just going to be a free turn 1 for Shadow here.
Flashed. Galio goes for a flash on. His team is very far behind him, but he ults right back out. Shadow's now on the run. I believe that was. I believe that.
I don't think they were on the same page there.
I don't think that they were on the same page. I believe that play was a little too high octane for the rest of his team. It was definitely the type of play that they wanted to be going for, but I believe in that type of situation, looks better for the Galio to go for that flash taunt, and then for Kalista to ult him back in there. That would have definitely been the play to make, but it looks like Drexel's going to be able to get this mid tower here, as a lot of Shadow are not in the right area to defend it, but they do arrive just in time. But I believe that this tower should go down on the next wave. Kindred is taking the blue buff, but is it going to get stolen by the Gragas? No, it does not. She's able to securely smite that away. And we're going back to the siege mission in the mid lane. Mundo is now going to match the Victor in the bot lane. I believe that he's really the only one who can do a lot against him. His healing is very high. Victor does poke a lot, but he will definitely regen most, if not all of that over time. And that was the main reason why they were ready to get top tower. But while we were talking, Vladimir was able to steal away the top tower as well. I believe that Drexel is going for a 1-3-1 sort of composition in this game. And I think that that's going to work out in their favor, because the amount of 1-3-1 wave clear that Morgana provides, even though she does have the teleport, is a lot lower than the Vladimir's.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think going into the 1-3-1 is what Shadow is wants to have happen to them. They're definitely just looking to try to group up together, force down objectives, force team fights here, especially in this mid game with a fed Kindred that already has Infinity Edge in her build. This is someone that they definitely need to be looking to start carrying them through this mid game and being able to take over this game.
And it looks like they're going to have a bit of a rundown in the top side of the map. Vladimir definitely was not expecting Mundo to be that strong, and he does have to flash over the wall.
Like, that's the thing. Like, how are you going to be able to handle the Mundo in the... I know you guys, like, it's a scaling team, but, like, who kills Mundo later in the game? Who on Drexel can kill Mundo? I don't really think anyone. Okay, we got a little bit of a tower dive going on here. Pyro trying to cut it out, but he's gonna in turn fall to Drexel here over to the Gragas, using their tier 1 mid tower in response as well. Shadow's down about 2k gold here. Oh, forcing the Kindred ultimate to come out here. That's not what you want to see. Having to flash over the wall. Looks like everything's just gonna dissolve. Mundo popping his ult. He's looking to just try to chase down. Oh, flag and drag coming out of the Jarvan. Taunt out of Galley. Kalista picks up the kill on the Jarvan. SAMSO looking to keep going. He's looking to go huge here. It bursted down. Galley was able to ult in with the hero's entrance, pick up a trade kill onto the Ezreal. This fight is so cluttered. Shadow needs to start to try to get back onto the same page. That was such a spread out team fight for them. They need to look to start playing front to back with the double AD composition that they have.
The main issue I feel like was in that team fight, they started out the fight a little bit too spread apart. And Kalista definitely shouldn't have attempted to 1v3 in that situation. She is not strong enough to fight Ezreal, Victor, and Vladimir. That is definitely not the play, but...
I don't know if you've seen the montage that SAMSO has, but he's known for going high-octane, big energy plays. And I think that's what he was trying to do there, but I don't know if that's the type of play style that you can have in a UML finals. It needs to be more controlled than that.
Definitely needs to tone it down a little bit more. If you're going to have a high octane play style, you have to have your team to be able to put the gas in the tank to be able to perform those plays, and they were not all on the same page there. If Gallia was in position with him at the start of that fight, that would have been a lot different, but he was not. So that's a one-team fight for Drexel, and that is definitely not what Shadow wants to happen. Drexel now has a 2k gold lead. Ezreal is now on 2 items. He will start to hit like a truck. As you can see from that, a lot of that damage was from the W going into him.
This isn't a typical Ezreal that you play against. You're usually playing against an Iceborne Ezreal, and it's not going to hit as hard as this Triforce. It's a really interesting adaptation where they needed a high damage AD threat on their team composition. And so they decided to say, okay, well then let's go Triforce. We're not afraid. I don't think I'm gonna have to kite as hard as anticipated.
And it also comes with the amount of safety that he comes with, while also being able to deal that type of damage. He can kite almost as well, if not better, than Kalista in all these team fights, since she will be slowed down a lot, and slows affect her attack speed as well, due to the way that she kites with her movement. It seems like the main focus right now is around Baron. Blue team, Shadow really needs to clear out all this Baron vision. There's a lot of control wards in the river. There's a lot of regular wards in the river, but they're not popping their sweepers to clear a lot of this out right now. And that's going to hurt them when it comes to the actual Baron fight, because right now, Red team has a lot of priority. Drexel has a lot of priority inside the Baron River, and there's really not a lot that Shadow can do to get in there and try to work through that.
Just look at this Mundo, man. Victor's throwing everything at him. You can't even do barely a dent to him.
Yeah, but we're going to need to see a lot more than him being able to fight this Victor if Shadow wants to be able to win this game. Like, there's a lot more that has to be able to go into this.
Okay, there's running down the
He's
Victor.
running down the Victor right now. Victor does not get away here. I believe that he wants to pass this kill off to SAMSO, but there is a TP coming in from their Ezreal, so Mundo does have to go ahead and run for the hills. He is taking no damage again, but there's a 1v1 in the river. Jarvan versus Kindred, and Jarvan should just die here from Red Smite, but now it's Kindred versus Gragas. His team is coming up to support. Both teams have support coming up for their junglers, but it seems like that fight is just going to end just like that. There's Shadow is still in a 2k gold deficit, but Dragon's about to spawn, and if I'm correct, it's a Mountain Drake, so both teams really want to fight for this. They really want to get this for their respective compositions. Red team really appreciates the siege. Blue team really wants to not allow Red team to get the siege credential out of this, and would also help them with their Baron shred, because they are very good at taking Baron. And Ezreal steals the Baron with the arcane flux. That is two stolen dragons this game. Has to hurt the. I need to see how Life Essence bounces back, how Shadow bounces back in this situation, because that is something that really is going to hurt the mental, especially when you know that you had Smite up, you know that you had the resources to take that, and Ezreal manages to steal it. He's only level 14. His ultimate does barely 600 damage. Oh, and SAMSO is engaged on Vladimir flashed on him. I believe this is where he goes down. Vladimir is very strong, and he does. Vladimir 1v1s the Kalista, and he's here on his own, but no, his team has come over the wall, and Galio has to run away. Shadow is looking for the re-engage. Jarvan Flag and Dragon presses R right on top of them, and I believe that this is where Cairo goes down to the ignite. No, he gets hit by the Jarvan standard, and he also dies. Kindred has to pop the Land's Respite, and everybody on blue team is running for the hills. I believe that Drexel gets the top tower out of this, and that is again something that you really do not want to see if you are a Shadow fan in this game. They really have to group up and have to be communicating the position of champions like the Vladimir, so that their AD carry does not get one shot like that. And Drexel has started up the Baron, and there's really not a lot that Shadow can do here. Kindred is 2 levels up, but the Baron is already gone before they can even respond. And that's what happens when you get the Mountain Drake, the first Mountain Drake of the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite unfortunate for Shadow. They're now down on a back foot against a team and Drexel that just scales so much harder than they do going into the later stages of the game. It's going to take a miracle team fight for them really to come back into this. And I think one of the problems here for Team Shadow is that they're not able to handle the 4v4 fight. Mundo's constantly in the side lane having to deal with this Victor, and he doesn't wave clear fast enough to be able to group up with the team.
Yeah, it's just really difficult for the comp of Shadow to be able to react to a lot of these plays. They don't have a lot of terrain traversal on their team. Kalista is not as mobile as Ezreal, so she doesn't have a lot of escape paths, or as many escape paths as he does. It looks like Selfish King is going for the 1v1 onto the Grogs, but he takes 60% of his health and damage, and he will almost die to the Ezreal ultimate, and he goes down to the Victor. There's another team fight or skirmish on the other side of the river. Grogs has popped his Predator, and they're looking to re-engage. Drexel is running down Shadow right now. All spell shields broken. Grogs goes for the flash ult. He gets a 3-man cast. The entirety of Shadow is deleted off of the face of the map, and I believe that that is going to be game right here, right now. Drexel, that team fight was insane. There's nothing that Shadow could do in that situation. It started off of Kindred getting caught out in the river. She shouldn't have been there in the first place, and that makes it really different. And when she dies and there's no Lamb's Respite to keep her team alive, everybody else just follows suit and follows that champion right to the grave. And this is going to be the end of game 1. 28 minutes and 56 seconds on the clock, 56 seconds before the game ends, and that is a very quick one if I've seen so myself. That's a lot faster than a lot of the average amateur games. So Shadow's definitely going to need to step it up if they want to be able to pull any games in the series. Drexel, not as strong in the early game, but they definitely stepped it up in the mid to late game, and that's when Shadow started to fall off. And I believe that it comes back a little bit to the draft. If your enemy team is going to play like that and you can't push the tempo as quickly as you need to, you're going to have to also play their style. And I believe that the players on Shadow are more mechanically skilled, and they can outplay in those late game team fights, but they just have to be supported by their drafts and their team composition in order to do so.
Yeah, definitely. But let me tell you what, this is what you want to see in a finals game, though. A lot of action, back and forth. It was close up until, you know, the Vladimir just started to get out of control. And I'm excited to see what sort of adaptations Shadow has going into the next game. Maybe they look to take away the flexibility that Drexel seems to have in their solo laners. With both of them being able to play Victor and Vladimir, it's kind of hard to, you know, pick matchups into these sort of things. I think it's really interesting to see how this game is going to progress going forward and see what rises and drops in priority throughout the rest of this best of 5.
Yeah, and I'd like for us to take a quick look at these damage numbers going into the postgame. Let's go ahead and take a look. Wow, the damage from Drexel is very, very high. That is exactly what they were drafting to get to, and they made it. Victor doing the most damage in the game at 22,843, followed suit by 22,644 by his Ezreal, and I believe that the game continued. Those numbers were just going to skyrocket. It also comes a lot from trading directly into the Mundo in the early game. So a lot of that damage in the later game teamfights definitely came from the Ezreal, and he was definitely popping off very hard in these games, or in these team fights rather, and they definitely, it definitely shows here in these damage numbers.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this is maybe even there's an argument like this guy's Ezreal is good, and he knows how to get the damage out when he needs to do. Maybe that you take it away, but this is also on the opposite side. This is the problem that we talked about in the pregame, in the draft, where Team Shadow, they just didn't have the damage to keep up with what Drexel was throwing at them, with low damage numbers all the way across the board. With Morgana being your highest in a double AD composition where you have a fed Kindred is not something that you want to see.
Yeah, and you know, going into the next game, I'd like to see a different type of draft. I believe that Shadow can match Drexel in these late game team fights, but they definitely need to draft for it. Draft the tankier jungler, draft something a little bit more bruiser-y or even tank-esque still in the top lane. Hyper-scaling AD carries, a very strong mid laner. I believe that would go a very long way for Shadow to be able to get through these games. Their game plan was sound, but this is the exact thing that happens when you have early game versus late game, and late game gets ahead. It only takes a few little missteps for that type of thing to happen, and that's going to be the nail, and that's what's going to be putting the nail in the coffin for early game team compositions such as Shadows.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, the one thing that I think Shadow was really team composition was a way to get in there, a way to really start the fight. You know, like Drexel had at least flash body slam off Gragas. They had the flag and drag into Cataclysm. Really, Team Shadow just had Mundo running at people's faces. Like, that's the only way that they could really get off a team fight. There wasn't any way for them to start and force fights in the early to mid stages of the game and try to create picks in the mid game, which is where we see these early game team compositions, thrive so much.
Yep. And on that note, we're going to take a quick break, guys, while we're going, or we try to wait to get into game number 2. If you guys haven't gotten anything to eat, you guys should go ahead, get something to eat, because you guys are going to need to buckle in for a very exciting series. We will see you guys in 5.
Okay.
And I know that it's some
I'll hop out of the channel.
All my friends think you're vicious, and they say you're suspicious. You keep dreaming and dark scheming, yeah you do. I feel like I'm drowning. I'm drowning. You're holding me down and killing me slow, so slow. Oh no. I feel like I'm drowning. I'm drowning. It's so plastic and it's tragic just for you. I don't know what the hell you gonna do when your looks start depleting and your friends all start leaving. You're so plastic and it's tragic just for you. I feel like I'm drowning. I'm drowning. You're holding me down and holding me down. You're killing me slow, so slow. Oh no. I feel like I'm drowning. I'm drowning. My life's okay, yeah. Just when you're not around me. My life's okay. Just when you're not around me. My life's okay. Just when you're not around me. My life's okay. I feel like I'm drowning. I'm drowning. You're holding me down and holding me down. You're killing me slow, so slow. Oh no. I feel like I'm drowning. I'm drowning.
Here we are, guys. We are back going into the next game of Life Essence Shadow versus Drexel. They have side swapped because Life Shadow has side selection on games 1, 3, and 5, and I believe they were elected for blue side on all of those games.
Okay.
But we are in here. How do you feel about this game? We're into draft. I'd like for you to talk about that for a second while I get a couple of things set
Yeah.
up.
That's fine. I'm pretty excited here going into this next game. I'm excited to see how both teams adapt. We see a Silas and a Kindred ban coming out of Drexel, so that's definitely something that uh, they seem to not want to have to deal with again in the early game. It did pop off. It was pretty problematic. And then it's very interesting. Shadow's taking away Cairo's own Vladimir because they're so scared about the first pick Vladimir right now that they're not willing to leave it up. You see a Galio ban then coming out from Team Shadow, and then a Yorick ban targeting Hikari in the top lane, trying to make sure that he doesn't get onto this late game split push threat that is Yorick, who really doesn't have too many bad matchups other than Jax, Aurelia.
Wait, what is
So
happening?
interesting to see. We might see another top lane ban here coming out for Shadow.
Oh, because I switched tabs. Whoops. My bad.
We got Inception going on in the stream.
I did not mean to do that. I'm trying to read chat so I can communicate with all you lovely people. My bad.
All right.
But
And Shadow takes away the Sejuani here, just trying to take away one of them early game threats. And then we see Drexel opting in for the first pick Lucian, something that their ADC has been very strong on all split long.
that is very true, and it's surprising to see that Shadow didn't ban that away, but they did take away LeBron from it. So that is generally the very strong counter. Their Drexel is very confident in their Victor top lane again, so they're going to probably lock that in right here in this pick. Braum and Jarvan are very strong again, going back to Shadow's 2 picks. But I would like to see what they do with that. What type of mid lane are they going to take? What type of carry, other carry champions that they're going to take, the 80 carry that they're going to take. I'm very interested in seeing what that is. And they really also have to pick something. And the Karthus is about to be locked in, and I know that in the past that this has been the bane of Shadow's existence, and it looks like it's about to come round, full circle around, where Drexel knows how to play the champion and it gets locked into the Jarvan. The only way to counteract this champion is that very strong winning lane so that your jungler can invade him, but
Now, here's the interesting thing, is that this actually could be a case where we do see a Jarvan top lane, because I do know that Jarvan has good gap closers into a Victor, and then we could even see potentially a Mundo jungle coming in to counteract this Karthus and just kind of just be able to run at him in his jungle, and there's not really anything the Karthus can do about it.
I can understand the idea of that, but the likelihood of that coming through, I don't believe is all that high at the moment. And the biggest issue currently for Shadow is they have a good amount of damage in their draft. They have a good amount of setup. They do lock in the Sivir, so they are very strong in the late game now. But it's the problem with this is, even if you invade Karthus a lot early, you have to have the winning lanes to be able to push the tempo all around the map. If you don't, it makes it really difficult for you to end the game before Karthus comes online and can just blow apart your entire team by making sure his R key works. So that is something that you definitely have to keep an eye out for coming into these games. And that's something that these teams are, that a Shadow's definitely got to look out and try to draft around in order to get ahead in this series.
Yeah, definitely. So we see, I believe that was a Morgana ban out for Shadow, making sure that they don't actually have to worry about that, since they did decide to lock in the Braum. And then we see Hikari getting targeted yet again, taking away his Jax in the top side of the map, something that they don't want to have to deal with. And then Zoe coming out as a ban for Team Shadow here. The thing that I'm kind of interested to see here is Drexel willing to flex this Victor mid, because their mid laner has played it in the past. So this is a flex pick for him. So this could be a mid lane Victor actually, and we could see something potentially different in them actually saving counter pick for the top side.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what this pick is coming out of red side. Pick and ban. They decide to lock in the Irelia. Jax is off the table. York's off the table. Urgot is also off the table. So the amount of Irelia counters that are still available are not that high, and gives a lot of room for her to be able to do a lot in the early game. And that is one of the champions required to push the said tempo of the game, step the time up, put the pedal to the metal so that Shadow can force this Karthus behind, keep him behind long enough so that they can get ahead and start to take some of these team fights as quickly as possible. But coming into the mid game, even though Karthus is behind, you do have to be very careful and vigilant in the team fights, because if he's able to get any large amount of damage out, it can be very painful. But it looks like the last remaining hard counter to Aurelia is picked by Drexel in the Poppy. And that
Yeah.
is going to cause a lot of pain coming into this next game. And it's very good against Jarvan, it's good against Braum, and it's good against Aurelia. It's going to make it really difficult for Braum to get to his carries. It's going to make it very difficult for Aurelia to get onto her target. The same with Jarvan. And it looks like the last pick, the counter to the Victor, is going to be the Swain. And I've seen a lot of success in this matchup before. Swain does have a reasonable time in the early game and in the mid game contending with Victor. He has a lot of high burst damage. He has a lot of sustain, and it's very difficult for a whole team like Drexel's to take him down if Karthus is behind or if Victor is behind. It's very easy to set those champions behind as well. Victor, of course, very weak in the laning phase. Same with Karthus. But it's definitely, they have to start this game out hot. They have to put the pedal to the metal and be very vigilant and very observant and always be on the lookout to make picks or go for skirmishes that are in their favor. But they really have to be looking out and making sure that what they're going for is actually in their favor and not just playing without all the information that they could have on hand.
Yeah, definitely. I think the thing here is that if you shut down the Karthus, if Shadow can shut down the Karthus, if they track him properly and Jarvan is allowed to live inside this jungle, I think there's just not really a chance that Drexel can win this game. They, again, have elected to go for a composition that scales very, very hard into the late game in Victor and Karthus. And Karthus is definitely the easier of the two to attack between the two. And Jarvan has just been known across different platforms, LCS, LEC, to just kind of live in a Karthus' jungle and just set him behind in the early game.
That is very true, but again, rebounding or echoing what I was saying from last game, I want to see how these teams use their lane priority to get vision in the opposing team's jungle. That wasn't really apparent a lot of the time last game. Most of the wards that came out of Drexel on the red side were to defend themselves. But that is still more vision than dropped or put down at all by Shadow, and that's something that I really need to see them changing up in this game. They have to get the vision control set. They have to get it they have to get the map under their control so they can know where they can be and where they can't be. Otherwise, they're going to fall behind very quickly or not be able to make the type of lead that they need to make as fast as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I think that even though both teams scale pretty, like Aurelia and Swain scale well into the late game for Shadow, right? But I still definitely think that they're the ones that are on the clock here, because Victor and Karthus are just monsters. I think if Shadow can keep up the tempo, if they can force priority, they do have the stronger 2v2, and they just look to constantly invade, track the Karthus. If they're able to, you know, make sure that he doesn't get off the ground, and as well, if they can allow to SAMSO to really scale into the late game and to get into these team fights, this Sivir is going to be a monster. Like, this Sivir is not going to be a joke or something to scoff at. Whenever this Sivir hits 3.5, 3 items, it's going to be doing a lot of AoE cleave damage onto a lot of squishy targets that Drexel has decided to draft.
That is very true. I just want to see how the early game plays out, because I believe that this game is going to be decided in the early or mid game, rather than us having to wait for that late game team fight, like how we had to in the last game. But hopefully, we have a little bit more synergy and more communication out of Shadow this game. It seemed like a lot of time when they were making plays, they were not on the same page, and that can lead to a lot of difficulties. And I just want to I'm hoping that they don't make those same type of mistakes again, and that they've corrected their mentalities. They're going into this game with a fresh mind, and they're looking to talk to each other to get through this early game and to get ahead.
Yeah, definitely. And the difference here in Shadow's composition is that they're actually allowed to go into a 1-3-1 style of play. So if things do start to go a little bit south for them in the early game, it's going to be okay because they do have a Relic and Swain who are both very, very adept in the side lane, and they're allowed to just farm up, try to get themselves back into the game, and maybe wait for a little bit later into the mid game or early late game where they're allowed to then start playing off of execution rather than just who's kind of ahead in the mid game. Well, fellas,
And
here it is.
Well, that concludes our talk for the pregame. We have 3 minutes going into this game. I'm going to play some more tunes for you guys going into this one, and I hope you guys are ready for a very entertaining Game 2 of the UML Finals, Life Essence Shadow versus Drexel Academy.
깜빡거리는 신호등 굴러다니는 낙엽도 할 일 하는데 난 왜 이럴까 그대가 없는 밤들도 반짝거리고 가을도 봄이 될 텐데 난 왜 이럴까 왜 사는 걸까
할 일 오늘도 꽤 많았지 설거지 방 청소 책상 정리 복잡한 생각 한번 할 것 없이 원 위치로 가는 것들 어찌 고마웠는지 밀렸던 자질구레 할 일들이 무너진 날이 끝내 네 손이 놓은 내 손을 잡아준 시간에 두 손은 가기 급해 안 읽던 책도 어느새 마지막 한 장을 넘기는 날 발견해 어쩌면 이런 게 상실의 숨기는 걱정 많아 이렇게 바쁘게 지내니까 내 스케줄표 가득해 넌 너 할 일만 신경 써 고맙다 내가 할 일도 하나 줘서
깜빡거리는 신호등 굴러다니는 낙엽도 할 일 하는데 난 왜 이럴까 그대가 없는 밤들도 반짝거리고 가을도 봄이 될 텐데 난 왜 이럴까 왜 사는 걸까
소파에 누워서 TV를 켜벌써 30분째 꾸준 채널만 돌리면서 던져둔 폰에 울리는 전화벨 소리 누구든 상관없지 약속 잡고서 밖에 나갈 준비를 해 지금은 11시 반 예전에는 잠들 시간 요즘은 여기저기서 불러 다니지 난 바쁜 일상 오랜만이라서 반가워 정신없는 하루 불안정함이 나타워 이렇게 써도 항상 남는 게 시간인지 감정인지 오늘과 같을래 솔직히 난 두려워 아무리 채워봐도 텅 빈 마음뿐이었어
깜빡거리는 신호등 굴러다니는 낙엽도 할 일 하는데 난 왜 이럴까 그대가 없는 밤들도 반짝거리고 가을도 봄이 될 텐데 난 왜 이럴까 너도 이럴까
나는 잘하는 것 하나 없으면서 사랑조차도 못하는 거하고 자신을 못마땅히 하지 마라. 그건 당신이 사랑의 일부라고 생각하기 때문이다. 사랑은 흔한 것도 의무도 아닌 바로 당신 자신이며 당신 그 자체다.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into game number 2 of the UML finals. My co-caster had to take a quick little break, but he will be right back in just a second.
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. Hi. I didn't know that you were here. I need to turn on this music in game so that you guys don't just have to hear us. Turn everything up a little bit higher. You guys can get a chance to hear the action unfold for yourselves. All right. So how?
This is game 2 of the UML Finals. Life Essence Shadow versus Drexel. Drexel is up 1-0 right now, and we're looking to see if Shadow can bounce back or if it's going to be a 2-0 going in Drexel's favor.
And we have a little bit of a trade going on in the mid lane. The procs of Phase Rush. The auto-attack's going through. Karthus is inside of Jarvan's jungle. Jarvan is very low. Karthus is looking to get a Dark Harvest stack, but he cannot get it. And that is a very aggressive level 1 coming from a Karthus who's about to just start the opponent's Raptors. I believe that's what he would like to do in the situation, and just steal those away. He's trying to cancel the recall. He misses the Q. That is very close.
Wow.
That is a lot
That
more.
would be really, really bad.
That is a lot more aggression than I'm used to seeing coming out of a Karthus in the early game. Drexel must be feeling very confident. They're ready to go. They're ready to play. They get a bunch of CC onto the Alistar. He's very low. He's going low. He is 2 HP basically. The Ignite is still ticking down on him. That could have been first blood, but that is a flash on the Alistar. He does have Hex Flash, so it's not as bad. SAMSO tosses the Q for 1. He lands the Q, and we get first blood. That is a very greedy recall by the support of Drexel, and I don't understand how anybody would think that would be the best idea, but he goes through and does it anyway. The prediction, the assumptions, the psychic knowledge that SAMSO had in that situation. Sivers have been starting Q now in this game since the start of since about a patch ago, so that works out very much so in favor of this game. If he started W like we are used to doing, that kill would not have happened.
Yeah, definitely. So a couple interesting things here is that Karthus just immediately went Karthus passing immediately passed up to the top side of the map, so that way he can look to try to secure himself one of these scuttle crabs. It's kind of interesting to see, Selfish King just walking in there, seeing that the Raptors weren't there, so they kind of have an idea that Karthus should be on the top side of the map right now. So I'm wondering what his pathing is going to be to see how we can try to put this Karthus down in the early game.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how that's going to happen. There's a lot of trading going on in a lot of these lanes. Swain is half HP. Victor is about 75%. Jarvan has found the Karthus, but completely ignores him. But he's getting roamed on. The E lands from Swain, but Jarvan is a little too low to continue with this trade, and they are just looking to walk out. Jarvan is still caught out inside of the Scuttle Pit, but he does manage to EQ his way out of the pit, and that is the end of that trade. But there is a very low Swain here. Karthus is in the wings. Victor is very low, and that is going to be the second kill going over to Life Essence. Karthus is also still very low. Look, and there's another trade going on in the bot lane as well. It looks like Karthus is going to be able to get out of that fight in the mid lane by themselves as we have another trade going down. But he would like the kills, but he's missing all of his Qs. This is not a good play. In goes Jarvan. He's able to get the kill, but he dies in return. This is a very bloody early game. Gold lead is 1,200 in favor of Life Essence Shadow this time around. And that is the type of tempo push that they need to be going through and keeping up in order to succeed in this game.
Yeah, definitely. These couple of early kills, especially going on to the Jarvan, is going to make time so much easier. Whenever he does come across the Karthus, he's going to have a lot. Oh, we got to fight.
And there's a fight in the bot lane. I believe this is where SAMSO would go down, but he is still alive. No, he dies to the Ignite from the Alistar, and he burns both Flash and Heal. That is not the type of thing that you want to happen if you are a Shadow fan, because that is the main lane that they need to keep even or slightly behind. But Lucian getting a kill that early, or a kill inside of the Lucian lane, makes everything a lot more difficult. And Raijin has his own little form of saying, you killed me level 1, I didn't have Flash, and now I kill you level 3, now you have no sums. Let's see what you can do about that.
Yeah, Yeah, definitely. So something to notice here is that even though Cairo has gotten 3 assists, he's down quite a bit in farm actually right now. For 5 minutes into the game, only sitting at 13 farm. That's going to be a huge problem for him. I'm interested to see if he can close this CS deficit.
The CS gap is rather large, but the goal difference that coming through each team, he is ahead of the victor by 75, but there is a skirmish going on in the top river. Karthus and Alistar roamed into Jarvan's jungle. They're going to get some vision, taking out the plants, and they are able to just get a quick trade onto Jarvan, and Jarvan just EQs out of there and is able to survive. A couple things I want to see going a little bit more in this early game is, you know, a little more vision. Again, I said it before, I'm going to echo it one more time. Both of these teams have a lot of priority potentially inside of their lanes. Currently, this priority is swayed to the team of Shadow, but they definitely need to utilize this priority a lot more. And I like how this amount of escorting is happening for the Karthus with the Alistar, but oh, and Jarvan still stole the Jello Crab. I did not actually notice that. That is very good. They're looking to potentially tower dive bottom, but I do not recommend that type of play against the champion like Alistar. And there's a couple of fights going on in every single lane. It looks like Aurelia really wants this top. Swain lands the pull. He's going to get the solo kill on the mid laner, and Aurelia gets knocked away by the Poppy ultimate all the way back to her tier 2 tower. But that is a lot of cooldowns burned on both sides for both teams, and it looks like the Aurelia is going to go for it again. Poppy does not have anything to defend herself. Aurelia has no mana, but and that is what's going to bite her in the rear in that type of situation. No mana to be able to cast your second Q. You're not able to get that damage out to be able to secure the kill, and Poppy gets her cooldowns up and is able to take advantage of that. Very unfortunate over aggression on the side. I would have liked to see him handshake on the first trade, and just trade the ultimates. It's very difficult to go down. We have a fight going down the bot lane. It's a gank from Jarvan. He EQs, goes in. He lands the slow onto Lucian. Lucian goes down to the Sivir Q, and that is a kill that you really want to see go over in favor of Life Essence Shadow. And you really do want to head Sivir in this game. She does have the 400 CS win condition, which you would like for her to reach that win condition without having to have 400 CS. Karthus is very low in his jungle right now. If anybody were to go ahead and walk in there, he'd be a free kill to just about anything blowing in his general direction.
Yeah, but the important thing to note here is that the Karthus is now level 6. So all of these fights that are close, going back and forth, now you have to be worried, well, where's Karthus? Does Karthus have ult up, you know? Is he gonna ult here? Because every fight is now, Karthus is there. It's no longer just, you know, Jarvan ganking and then it's a numbers disadvantage, or it's a 1v1 in the top or the solo lane. It's always Karthus is there as long as he has his ultimate up.
Yeah, and it looks like Aurelia is going to rush Wit's End.
Interesting here.
It's interesting here. The item has been changed to a more of a late game or a mid game item. It doesn't really do that much going into in the early phases of the game, as it only does 15 damage base until level 9, and then starts to gain 10 damage per level up to level 14. Where it then starts to gain the remaining 6 per level to get to its 84 damage cap. But the biggest issue with that item currently is it doesn't really provide a lot again in the early game. And for that item to be the one being rushed here might set Aurelia further behind than she believes it will, and can cause a lot more issues in terms of getting to that mid game that she wants to get to off of building that item.
Yeah, definitely. And I also just don't really think it's the item that you really want to be building into the matchup either, right? Like, how much magic damage does Poppy really do? Or is it just for the Sunfire Cave? Anyway, Looks like we got a rather large wave stacked up there in the top side. Aurelia's just going to be able to farm this out pretty easily.
I don't think she's
Karthus
able to
isn't
get a
looking
lot
down.
of this. I think she's able to get it. She's able to get it actually. Never mind. I thought Poppy was gonna be able to deny it from her. Karthus is just farming it out on the bottom side of the map. He wants to be able to get off a gank, but he's not. There are no really lane opportunities for him right now. And Swain does now have the ability to push in this victory a little bit more. The gold difference between all the champions. We have a fight in the bot lane. Alistar goes in, Heba pulverized onto the Sivir. She and doesn't really get anything out of it. Lucian's too far behind. Lucian goes ahead and throws out the culling at the end of the trade to get a little bit more damage off on the Sivir into the Braum, but nothing really happens down there. It's just a trade of ultimates. Alistar ultimate. All the ultimates for the bot lane duo end up being traded out. It's exactly what they want to see. And there's another gank going on the top side. There, Jarvan's up here. He's going for the fight. He is. I believe that he should be able to get this kill and close it out onto the Poppy. And that is again the exact type of play that you want to see coming out of Life Essence Shadow. That's a very big trade. A headbutt pulverize lands on the Sivir. She spell shows very, very late, and now it's coming. Here comes the Karthus ulti, and there goes Sivir. Everybody else loses a portion of their health. Karthus also gets a Dark Seal stack off of the Jarvan in that situation because he is taken very, very low because of that. And that is the type of thing you don't want to see if you're a Life Essence Shadow fan. You don't want to see Karthus getting kills and having to be in the lane. We have a TP coming into the bot lane. It's Aurelia coming in behind them. Braum is trying to 1v1. Braum gets the 1v1 on the Lucian. Aurelia is down there. That seems like an over
commitment.
An overcommitment from the side of Shadow. Poppy's going to be able to get this to this top wave and shove it out. Karthus is safe on his top side. He could start Herald if he wanted as well. He's getting the top score right now, which is very good for him. And he's starting to get to that CS lead that he's going to want to be making over the Jarvan. He's at the same level, even though he started his game out a little bit slower. Jarvan has to continuously and consistently gank and farm his jungle in order to stay ahead. Alistar goes to the headbutt horizon mid lane. Jarvan comes in with the flag and drag onto the Victor. He still has his ultimate. He's going to be able to press Cataclysm if he needs it. That Cataclysm is not used. Kill of the Victor goes over to the Swain, and so does the kill of the Alistar goes over to the Swain too. There's a double kill for Swain in the mid lane. And that is a lot of gold going to the Swain. He needs that gold in order to pump out the damage he needs in the mid to late game team fights, and that is again the exact type of play you want to see coming out of Shadow after their game 1 experience. It seems like they've all reset and they're coming into this game with a very clear mindset, hot heads, and they're ready to win this series. Seems like they gave the first game as a handicap because the way they're playing now is a lot stronger than was a lot better than the way they were playing in the first game.
Yeah, definitely. And this Swain is massive. This Jarvan is going to be massive. I don't really see how, Drexel is going to be able to survive these mid-game team fights that are going to be happening. I feel like they're just going to have to concede almost all of the dragons, all of their outer towers, and by that point in time, the gold lead's just going to be too large in Shadow's favor for them to even be able to come back into the game. We got a gank going on in the mid lane.
Gank going on in the mid lane. Swain gets stunned up, but I believe that this is when Jarvan is going to be able to do some work. But Jarvan is going to go down, and he took a lot more damage from the Victor ult than he should have. Alistar is here as well. Swain does snatch up another kill, which is good for him. But the kill, the shutdown, going onto Victor is not exactly what you want to see happen, especially when they're so far ahead. On the side of Shadow, they definitely want to be playing a little bit smarter, pathing a little bit better, not trying to just keep pushing out gold and kills throughout the entire game. They have to take their recalls after they win their fights and then come back onto the map and make some plays. But it doesn't seem like they're looking to do that. And there's a fight going on in the bot lane. Aurelia presses R. She almost dodges the Poppy ultimate, but she ends up getting knocked away. The situation gets reset, and he does still want the fight. His Q is on cooldown because he Q'd to a minion and it died before he got there. And he's looking to fight the Poppy, but I believe that she is safe. And Alistar is in the mid lane, headbutting Braum into the Raptor pit. I don't exactly understand why. And it seems like I don't understand this play here by the Poppy. That seems like a run it down if I have ever seen one.
So that was very interesting, if you ask me myself.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe you just said that, but I would have to agree as well. I don't really understand the idea behind wanting to cancel out an early TP when she has enough mana to E you, Q you twice, and kill you. You only have 350 health. None of that really makes a lot of sense, but she definitely went for that play. Questionable. I'd like to know what was going through the head of the top laner of Drexel. Everybody on that team seems to be really far behind right now, and they might also be far behind in the mental in a mental point of view as well, compared to their first game where they were at this point. They feel like they should be further ahead. They feel like they should be stronger, but they aren't, and that could be a big issue for them. This pink ward in the middle of the lane is very questionable to me for just to kill the ward, but I guess that is a TP ward. They don't really want that to be there. Poppy does have the teleport, and that could cause some very large issues. If they were to have a TP happen behind them bottom, they would more likely just die and get a Lucian double kill. That's
Yeah.
I guess that's a good response to that ward, but it definitely doesn't make a lot of sense generally, though.
Definitely.
So Aurelia is taking another trade with the Poppy. She lost a very large amount of her health, but her Conqueror is about to go off, and she's going to be able to heal a lot. But she is not winning these trades at all anymore. She has, because Poppy now has the Bramble Vest and the Bomby Cinder completed, but she is getting ganked right here. But she has Flash. Can she make the Flash over the wall? She doesn't need to. That Poppy ult did not like it was supposed to hit, but it did, and she gets out scot-free and gives Swain a part of his passive on the way out. I would like to have seen, actually, also in the early game, Shadow take this early dragon to get off the map. This Ocean Drake is very good for them, being the Swain, the Aurelia's use of mana, their bot lane use of mana as well, considering the amount of regen it provides. But it looks like this is going to go over to Drexel, even though it definitely should have gone over to Shadow due to their early game tempo advantages, and that's very good for Drexel in terms of Karthus sustain in the jungle, Victor's mana pool usage, Lucian being able to spam a little bit more of his spells. That is something that they definitely wanted to get off the table. I mean, Shadow definitely wanted to be able to get off the table before this point in the game, but weren't able to make it happen, apparently.
Definitely, but the thing to note here is that I actually think it is something that they could have worked on better. They had a very large lead throughout the majority of this early game. They definitely should have been able to take that or force a fight, but they did pick up the Rift Herald on the opposite side of the map. So that does mean they can probably take this mid lane, gank mid, force Victor to back, crack the mid lane tower, and then allow a Swain to open up on the map to start roaming around and impacting other lanes, because he is quite massive right now, and I don't really think there's anybody on their map that can deal with him. But something to note here, Karthus, my favorite champion in the game right now, has hit double pen. This is a huge point for him.
He is very strong. He's about to hit level 11 as well, if I am correct. He's taking the 4th scuttle that he's probably got in this game. He is now up 20 CS or so on the Jarvan. He is up, and he's pretty close to getting a level lead, but Jarvan is doing very well in keeping the tempo going for his team, participating in ganks, having the ganks he's participating, and be successful, and that's exactly what he needs to be able to keep with the Karthus. You generally hear the horror stories of Karthus in solo queue and higher elos where he just farms and presses R and outscales you on the jungle, and you're wondering what's happening, but that is not the story of this game. Right now, Shadow is doing a very good job of staying ahead, keeping the fights going, not allowing the Karthus just to scale. But here's an invade in a fight with Karthus you don't really want to be taking right now. Karthus is very strong. He's going to be able to take the kill, but will Jarvan be able to trade back? He does not. He can flag back into the team fight, but it looks like Swain is also going to be able to die here. He pops his Zonias or his stopwatch very late in that situation. He gets stunned up and takes a lot of burst damage, and he's right next to the Karthus. That's not where you want to be in that type of situation. When your jungler is there.
They do trade for the bot tier 1 tower though, so that is good, but it just seemed, you know, for the last 5 minutes or so, nothing's really happened, and it seems like maybe Shadow is getting a little anxious to pull the trigger. Really wanted to get something done on the map when nothing has really been done. So I think they just need to regroup, regaining their heads, and they still do have a large lead.
And Sivir has popped ulti mid, Braum has popped flash, and they are going for this kill onto the Victor, but they cannot do it. The stasis field gets dropped down, and so does the Victor ultimate, and there is not a lot that can really happen in that situation. All I can do is back off. Braum blows his flash for Victor flash, so that is something I would call worth in that type of situation. And could prove very good for Shadow when it comes to fighting for the next dragon. That's going to be up in about 3 minutes. Victor will not have his flash, but Jarvan's looking for another play in the mid. His team is not with him yet, and he's going to take a lot of damage from the card before he can do anything. So is this Braum. They're all taking a whole lot of damage before they're able to do anything, and they're just fighting inside of his W, and that is not what you really want to see, and he gets 2 kills for that, 2 Dark Harvest stacks onto his team, and this is where Karthus is about to come online, and that is, if you are a Shadow fan, again, I've said this a lot, that is not the type of thing you want to be seeing going to this game. You want your team to be playing a lot slower, playing a lot more calculated, but right there, they team that pulled the trigger way too quickly and went way too far ahead, and Karthus was able to kite out and do a lot of damage. And it looks like Sivir is going to die in the mid lane, but she does not. She loses 1 HP, and here comes a gank in the top lane. Poppy is up here. Alistar headbutts against the wall, pulverizes. Swain should go down here very quickly, and the kill goes over to Poppy as well. Lucian takes down the mid tower while this top fight is going on, and now again, this is the case that happened in the early game. A later game scaling team composition in Drexel is now up 1.4k gold at 20 minutes. And this is not exactly what you want to see in a situation like this. Sivir can still find a way to scale up and take over this game, but it's gonna require a lot more cautious and slow play than currently coming out. And it seems like they've also wasted time on the Herald, and they had to drop it in the jungle so that it can walk down mid in an attempt to get it to crack the tower. Just like what happened
that happened in game 1, yeah.
Just like what happened in game 1, they aren't communicating what they want to do with the Herald. They aren't putting themselves in the position to use the Herald properly. And Sivir pops all in the mid lane, and they're looking to fight. Alistar's popped Unbreakable a few seconds ago, and he's walking away from the fight. I'd say that'll be what Shadow was looking for out of that Herald. They were able to escort it to the tower, and that's good for them. But they definitely could have gotten more with that. They could have a lot better objective control coming into this game, due to their early game priority, but they don't seem to be doing that. And Poppy is just counter jungling Jarvan at this point. He's taking Jarvan's red buff. Poppy's just gonna split push to win on the other side of the map from the Aurelia. There's nothing really that Shadow can do. Aurelia can't really fight her at all that well at this point right now. She still needs her Triforce, which she does not have. And Poppy is going into her second item, which I believe is going to be Righteous Glory. It looks like that's what she's building, or she's building a Gargoyle Stone Plate. I do see a Null Magic Mantle in there.
I think this is just a really weird build path for Poppy. She's got 3 different small components that build into 3 separate items. And I don't know really where she's going, but we got a gank in the top side.
But
maybe
she
they'll
gets
get
the
to
top
Poppy.
tower. Is she going to get it? The minions are going to auto-attack it 3 times with a volley, but they do die before they're able to get that volley out. But Poppy does manage to escape. She has to burn her flash to get out, but that is a good amount of tower damage on the tower. On top tower, it is basically 1 HP. She's walking up with her passive. Can she kill it? She does, and she's just going to walk away. That is a very happy Yordle, ladies and gentlemen. I'm surprised there are no emote pops there, as she definitely made the heads-up play for that top tower. Shadow is again falling behind in tempo. They are breaking down. They aren't doing a lot that they should be doing in this situation. There's not a lot for them to do anymore as well, since they missed their window. They have to wait for Drexel to fall apart, to make a bad play and capitalize on it. But Karthus is 5-1. He's hit his Rabadon's death cap. And there's 2 items on Victor, a completed item on Poppy. She's about to recall and complete another, and 2 items on Lucian. Everybody on Drexel has hit their power spikes. It's going to be very difficult for Shadow to do a lot, if anything, in these later game team fights. Baron is basically on the table just for Drexel at this point, and it's only a matter of time until they decide to pull the trigger and attempt to take it. And the team fight's going to happen off of that. I don't think favors Shadow very much.
Yeah, definitely. something that I think I need to see coming out of Shadow is their vision control has been rather lacking for the majority of this game. A lot of the times throughout the earlier mid-game, they really weren't able to use the priority that they got to get vision. Oh, we got action going down in the bottom lane.
The bottom hits a kick onto the Poppy. She is just going to ult them away. Is she going to be able to 1v1 the Jarvan afterwards?
No, she is just going to take 60% of his health and walk right on out of there. And she's going to attempt to 1v1 the Swain. She stuns him against the wall. He is slowed up. She does not have red buff, but she can just walk on him with, and she walks to the other side of him with the Vanguard.
Forces the flash.
Forces the flash out, but now she is looking for a little bit too much. She's caught in the middle of 3 people. She hits the blast cone. She's trying to again get to the Swain. Can she kill him? I don't think that she can. The Aurelia ult I feel is a little too much commitment there, but they are able to take down the Poppy. But off of those being 3 people bot side, looks like Drexel is going to start the Baron. There's really not a lot that Shadow can do in this situation. The only person on this side right now is the support Braum. Now, if Braum can steal this Baron, that's going to mean a whole lot, but I don't think that he can. The smites are clean on the side of Drexel, and they take a 25-minute and 8-second Baron for themselves.
Yeah, that's going to be super huge for Drexel here. That's the sort of risk that you run whenever you commit 3 to go down and take 20 years to kill an unkillable Poppy. Drexel's just going to say, okay, we have a Karthus. We're just going to burn the Baron down. He already has his death cap. This Karthus does so much damage to epic monsters. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, again, this is the exact same situation that happened last game, except last game, we're looking at right after Drexel took the Baron, they ended the game in an explosive team fight, and I believe that's what they're looking for now. They have a lot of pick potential, or they don't really need a lot of pick potential, but they do have it with the Alistar and the Poppy, and the follow-up that could be provided from Karthus and Victor. But more than likely, they can just walk at Shadow and have them die before them, and that is going to be more than likely what happens in later game team fights. But Victor is caught out. He's going to die very quickly. He gets flag dragged, and he is gone. And that is not what you want to happen as Drexel. And there's another trade going on in the side lane. Poppy is fighting the Aurelia, but it looks like in the mid lane, we have Shadow pushing it, running it down, trying to get this mid-tier 2. And there's a fight going on the side. Jarvan goes in and flags and drags no solution. He gets hit, but he has to stopwatch inside of his own Cataclysm, and he gets taken down very quickly. I believe there was another play, much like last game in the team fight that won the game for Drexel, where the jungle for Shadow is a little too far ahead of the rest of his team on the play that he wants to make, and they're not communicating as well as again I want them to see. Karthus should be gone in this team fight, but again when he is dead, he is still alive and he's doing a lot of damage. He's pressing the R. I believe this is going to be a double kill for Karthus, and he almost 100-0s Sivir with just pressing his R button, and that is insane.
I think the key thing there was that Super Lazy was able to dash forward and get the Q onto the Sivir to cancel the spell shield that allowed that damage to come through. That's super massive for them. I mean, really, from this point now, I just don't see how Shadow can come back into this. They don't win team fights. Like, what do?
Honestly, the only thing that Shadow can do is wait for Drexel to make a mistake, and it doesn't seem like Drexel is very prone to making a lot of those. And currently, there is a rundown happening in the bottom side of the map, and Sivir loses 60% of her health to Lucian right on the follow-up, and there's Jarvan going in. He lands a 3-man Cataclysm. Everybody here should die to the Sivir. This is definitely what you want to see happening in this type of situation. Sivir gets knocked all the way back. Aurelia TP's out. She's using the home guard to chase down this Poppy. Poppy is alone and afraid in the jungle. It is dark and cold, and she is going to be taken down by the Swain, and that is exactly the high or the heads up play that we need to be seeing on the team of Shadow, and that is a chance for them to be able to have some breathing room, to be able to get some farm onto their carries and attempt to get back into this game.
Yeah, definitely. That's super huge for Shadow, right? Like, they had a Baron power play, and they were able to shut it down without giving up too much. But Shadow has to just fix their waves here now. Nobody's responding to this top side of the map, and it's just so much gold lost for them, and it's crashing into the tower, and they just look like they don't even care about it. I would like to see them take this time while members are dead to regroup themselves, get vision control, which is necessary for them, at least something in the river so that way they can spot people, get priority back on the map so that way they can then start looking to be more proactive than the reactive Shadow that they've recently been.
Indeed. I want, again, this early game was definitely not what I would have liked to have seen around, like, coming out of their team composition, where they have a whole bunch of priority and they don't use it to take any of the objectives that were on the map. They end up giving away the 2 dragons, or the first dragon, which could have definitely assisted Aurelia in taking stronger trades in the top lane, to assisted Swain in the mid lane and taking more aggressive trades as well. And they lose out on that first ocean, and that I believe is where the tempo starts to slow down. The sustain that dragon gives, a lot of people only think about the infernals, only think about the mountains, but the sustain that ocean gives in lane is very good for a team comp that just wants to wait it out and get into the mid to late game. And that's exactly what their ocean has provided them to do. They now have a 1k gold lead. They are down 5 kills. Team fights still seem to go in the favor of Shadow when Karthus is not involved, but when Karthus is there, there's really no way for them to win anything, I believe, unless he makes a massive misplay and gets one shot. But even then, you have to kite away from him immediately after, or you will just lose everything to the Death Defy.
But isn't Karthus always there, Soul? Because I think Karthus is always there.
I mean, he's only one R click on the keyboard away from any team fight, and that is very true. He is almost always there, but it seems... I wouldn't have wanted him to go Alistar, because if he did, he's definitely dead, and Baron would definitely belong to Drexel in that situation, and that is not what you want to happen. They have to show it down, but it looks like mid lane is being engaged on, but he does back off very quickly. He uses the Bork onto Swain. He does not get the flash or anything. He just walks it off. There's nothing that Aurelia can do in this matchup in the side lane. She's getting pushed in by this tank. If they group the team fights, Poppy does more. There is not a lot that they can do in this side lane situation. She's up 40 CS but can't win trades. She's looking, she needs to more than likely, oh, there's an engage or a little bit of poke going onto the side of Shadow.
Take a look at this. Take a look at the summoner spell.
Blue team also just took down a tower in the bot lane while 1v1ing Aurelia. This is looking very, very tragic. And the summoner spells on the side of both teams are actually problematic for Shadow. Karthus has his splash. Victor has his splash. Lucian has his splash. Victor also has his heal. Poppy has her TP, and Aurelia does not. So
that's the thing.
A lot of the
doesn't have her TP.
Like, this is going to prove very difficult. Aurelia can very easily cancel TP, but that would also require to be able to win a 1v1 against this champion, which she currently cannot. I believe this is just a bunch of slapping going down right here in this lane. A missed stun from Aurelia can mean a lot of things, and that's going to be a lot of pain in a prolonged fight that she doesn't really want to be taking with this champion. She's definitely falling further and further behind with every auto attack in these trades. She's healing up a lot now. She has her death stance. I would have liked to have seen Astraeus come out, because I believe that that's the item that would have worked a little bit better in this situation, but don't take my word for it. But a lot of what I want to see now is whenever they have an inkling or they have any vision, but they don't have on the side of Shadow in the river, they need to be like, I would like them to try to get some vision control for themselves so that they can immediately try to pick fights when Karthus is not in the immediate vicinity. That is what they need right now, because they can eliminate most, if not all, of Karthus's team before he gets there, and they don't end the fight too low. They can definitely take objectives off of that, and that's what they want to be able to do. But Karthus is just constantly standing with his team, constantly walking around the map, always has his R button up, and it's going to be very difficult for Shadow to make any openings or find any openings. And Victor's laser damage just quite a bit. Just one wave did about a sixth of Swain's health. It looks like they're going in. This is a team fight that Drexel definitely wants to take. And the outside headbutt goes in, and he knocks up the Swain, and Swain pops his R, and they kill the Victor very, very quickly. Karthus is in the middle of the enemy team. He is doing a lot of damage. Alistair headbutt pulverize hits the Braum. He goes down. Karthus is casting his R, and that is going to do a lot of damage to the side of Shadow. Lucian is still alive. He's doing a lot of damage still. But it doesn't seem like Shadow has the amount of, or that Drexel has the amount of damage, rather, to be able to win this team fight. Sivir is online. She is at 4 items, and that is exactly what you want to see if you are a fan of Shadow. That team fight was explosive and exactly what they needed to have happen.
And now they get the Baron. This is massive for Team Shadow. When everything is looking dark for them, they managed to find a team fight. Looked like the Cha-Ching was just playing suicide Karthus there.
Poppy is trying to come in here.
I don't think there's anything she can do. They have to just get this Baron over. And now Shadow has map priority again. And I want to see what they do with this. How do they get back into this game? What do they start taking? Where do they set their vision up, right? We've seen this reactive side. Let's see Shadow start to play with some brains here. Let's see them be more proactive.
I agree. I definitely want to see them use this Baron very, very effectively. They have a lot of gold in their pockets. This Baron stats are in their systems, and they are able now, with that team fight, they get a lot of resistance, a lot of additional items, a lot more health onto the Swain and the items that he's able to build. Sivir is now about to go into her 5th item. She has completed her Maw of Malmortius, so she is not looking to die to this Karthus anymore. And if Karthus pops that, the amount of healing that she's going to get off of it is relatively insane for the team fight situation that they're going to be in. And I don't think that she's killable at this point unless 5 people are standing directly on top of her, and that is going to be very difficult for Drexel to be able to be able to make happen. And one thing that, like, that team fight was definitely the light at the end of the tunnel for Shadow. And they need to do that one more time, and they have pressed Sivir, and they are going on the Victor, and Victor is dead. He is very dead. And that is very quick initiation. That is what you want to see out of the Sivir ultimate. Pop it as soon as you see someone caught out and make something happen. And right now, Drexel is trying to push them off the tower. There is an E onto the Poppy. Poppy's going to take a lot of damage here from the Sivir. She pops her shield. She gets a good amount of her health back, but they have lost their main wave clear source. Aurelia is still pushing into the top lane. Poppy is not there to stop her now, and she's going to be able to get the top tower and pull a double or triple stacked wave, I believe, into the enemy base of Drexel, and she's on the top inhibitor. They have to send over Poppy to go and attempt to stop that, but the mid tier 1, the mid inhibitor tower is definitely going to fall. I'm looking to see. They are looking to initiate on the Aurelia. Aurelia is going to die here very quickly. She is down, but she almost takes out the Lucian. She does take out the Lucian. It actually goes over to the Swain. He lands his W, and he goes down. So now it's still a 4v4, and in favor technically of Drexel, because Karthus is up. Karthus is not being hit here. Karthus is free hitting in the back line. Sivir is also free hitting, but I don't think Sivir does nearly as much damage as the Karthus does. Sivir is definitely trying to do as much as possible, but she is not. Oh, she kills 2 before she goes down, but again, Karthus is pressing his Q button a lot.
Yeah, definitely. But they did get the inhibitor, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, they could have done that cleaner. It could have been better executed by Shadow. They could have been crashing their waves simultaneously with each other, but they got the inhibitor, and that's what matters. And now we need to see where they do. I want to see them go back into this 4-1. I want to see them force them to make a decision. Do we go on the 1 or do we go on the 4? And force Drexel to have this dilemma, right? Because if Drexel goes one way or the other, they just lose an inhibitor, and we just saw that there. I don't know what they can do. Whoa! Do you see this item on Aurelia? That's a Rage Blade.
That is a Rage Blade. That is an interesting item choice. Never really seen that item build, but it also looks like she's trying to get a GA last. I'd like to see how the Gwynsu's works out in this game. But that is definitely not something that is standard in this situation.
I think they're just committing to the split push, right? Like, that has to be what it is. Like, Shadow just says, all right, Hiraki, we trust you in the 1v1 into the Poppy. We think that you can just split push and take this Poppy one-on-one. That has to be what the comms are like right now, and they're confident enough in her in the Aurelia that she's just going to take these inhibitors no matter what happens.
I believe that also has to be going down in the comms of Shadow. Supermanias are barreling their way down mid lane, and Shadow is positioning the 1-0-4 on their side of the map. They're going to attempt to push down this bot tier 2. Aurelia is pushing towards the inhibitor. She is going to make it very quickly. Poppy is recalling to match her, but Aurelia should be able to get some very good damage onto this inhibitor in this situation. And I believe she might even just take the tower here. She just ignores the Poppy, but she is not. She's choosing to fight her, and I don't think that that's the best idea in this situation. Because remember that Gwinsu's, it also procs Thornmail twice on every other auto attack as well, because Thornmail is an on-hit effect that happens to the person auto attacking. So that's something that could potentially hurt more than help in this type of situation.
She's going for an all-in here.
She's going for an all-in here. She is fighting, and she's doing a lot of damage.
Wait, this is insane. That's actually, like, a lot, right? So, for her to finally be at the stage where she can 1v1 a Poppy means so much for Team Shadow here. That means that they're allowed to commit to this 4-1 split push, and I think Shadow is confident enough in their 4 that they're going to beat them in the 4 versus 4 as well.
And
so I don't really know what Drexel does.
Shadow's also marching their ways over to this Elder Dragon. They do take the bot lane tier 2. That was their main goal. Karthus is alive. He does have his smite. He does have his flash. The Blast Cone is not up for the side of Drexel in their red side jungle. So the only way to be able to steal this Elder would be to just walk right up and attempt to fight for it. And I believe that is the only course of action that Drexel can take if they want to take this Elder away. But it does look like they are attempting to do that. I am looking forward to this team fight. It looks like they're going to be taking it. They are all around here. Alistar pops his right to the door. He goes and he misses his headbutt pulverize. As Jarvan goes into the back line. Jarvan is very strong. He goes for his EQ carbon. His EQ combo, and he presses Cataclysm, and he locks up champions, and they're all staying on the back line. They are zoned out by the Swain, but Swain is taken very, very low and is killed immediately. Sivir is trying to 1v3, but she is phase tanking Karthus, Victor, and Lucian, and that's not something that you can do. And here comes the big Karthus Requiem, and that does a massive amount of damage to the side of Shadow, and over goes the Elder Dragon, which is not something that they wanted to be that they wanted to have to give up.
Yeah, definitely. I think the better play for Shadow there was to concede the Elder Dragon and then trade it for the Baron. I just think it's better for their team composition, especially if they're willing to commit to this 4-1 playstyle, that the Baron is just better in almost all situations.
Indeed, but now Drexel with the Elder, with the Mountain Drake that goes along with that, their capability of taking Baron is very, very high with their team composition, and I'm wondering exactly what the goal for Shadow is right now. They can't keep vision control of this river. They can't walk in when this Baron is started, but they're going to have to fight for this. So I'm interested in seeing how this team fight plays out. This Baron is melting very quick. He has a half health in 3 seconds. It is going to die in the next 3. Jarvan is healed to steal, but they have stopped DPSing it because they are waiting for their jungler to be here with the smite. And this is going straight into Drexel. Alistar saves the Jarvan. I don't know exactly why, but they still seem to want. Drexel still seems to want this fight. There goes Swain. That Victor ultimate does a ton of damage. Lucian is chasing down this Jarvan. He is very strong. Jarvan is able to quickly walk away and survive the situation. But I still think that this is where the game ends for Shadow. They are down 2 members of their team. Karthus, I believe, pressed R, if I am correct, which is why there is no Jarvan remaining. And this is going to be the end of game 2. More than likely, there's going to be some really miracle plays going out. Here comes the 3-man Aurelia ulti. She's going in, but she does not have GA. She is going to go down. And that is 1 person down, and there's 2. Braum goes down very, very quickly. SAMSO on the Sivir is attempting to kite out, but Cheetos gets flash tackled by the Poppy, and this is going to be 2-0 to Drexel. There is only one game remaining until they can close out the series for themselves, because this is a best of 5, so I'd like to be able to see how Shadow can pull back or come back into the series, if at all, but this is looking like a very explosive series, back and forth being thrown around, but again, we are seeing late game hard scaling team comps coming out of Drexel, and they are performing very well in each and every situation that they are picked.
Yeah, definitely. I think we got to see some sort of adaptation for Team Shadow here. I just don't think the early game is working enough. Either A, they need to clean up their macro somehow during this next break that they have to regroup as a team, talk about things that are going wrong, or B, they need to say, we think we are going to be better in the late game as a team fight team than you are. And we're willing to take those 5v5 late game team fights on champions that scale just as hard. I also think it's super important that if they want to commit to this 4-1 style, that they need to make it to where Billy has a strong matchup in the 1v1 in the side lane. Because that seems to be their saving grace, because the entirety of the time, Billy was able to do things around the map. But just because of the matchup and the nature that Aurelia and Poppy work together, it was super hard for him to do anything. So I'm really interested to see where Shadow goes.
Yep, and that is going to be the end of game number 2. We are going to take another 5-minute break going into game number 3. I hope to see you guys all here when we return for game 3 of Life as in Shadow versus Drexel University UML Finals.
Drop us a follow, boys.
Yeah, please follow, by the way. And I made a song promise to some of you guys. Give me 1 second.
輝いてる夢へと続く長い月日をがむしゃらに走りながら立ちふさぐ大きな壁の前で僕は迷い続けてた諦めかけてた時に思いがけぬ手紙元気ですかその言葉に沈んだ気持ちが奮い立つどんなに遠く離れていても僕たちはつながってる夜空を見上げてみればほら同じ星輝いてる僕らはいつでも一緒だからどんな夜も越えられる信じる気持ちを止めないできっと夢は叶うからどんなに遠く離れていても僕たちはつながってる夜空を見上げてみればほら同じ星輝いてるララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララララ広がる夜空に天の川僕たちの流れ星変わりゆく季節が街並み染めてゆく曖昧な時間が流れて涙色の空を僕は見つめていた悲しみの波が押し寄せる夢は遠くまではっきりと見えていたのに大切なものを見失った
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are waiting for the game to start. We're just going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the last one a little bit more in depth. What do you think that Shadow could have done a little bit better in that game, Charzy, to allow them to win? And what do you want to see come out of them in these coming games? Just
Yeah, I definitely want to see Shadow look to kind of take this, handshake it with him. Take this late game team style and say that we think that we are better players. I want to see them, for lack of a better phrase, have some big dick energy out there. Like, I want to see them really say that we are just better and we think we're better, and I want them to come out with confidence. And I want to see them play their play style, play this 5v5 hard engaged composition that we've seen them play in the past, and I want to see them just roll over the early game. So we see Shadow is definitely going to respect Drexel though, and they don't want to see this Karthus ever again, I don't think, and I think it's really important.
Yeah, I agree with that as a ban. I'm currently trying to load draft.
Okay.
So go ahead and take the reins on that one, brother. Okay, now I got it up. All right, so
Cool.
going ahead and showing that to everybody in the chat. So Shadow has banned Karthus, Morgana, and Victor, and Drexel has banned Lucian, Silas, and Kindred. It looks like it's gonna be their third ban to round that out. Um, how do you feel
Yeah.
about these bans in this game?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's pretty good for Shadow, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. So they ban away Victor, one of Drexel's clear or flex picks, and then they take their other flex pick away. So now we know whatever solo laner that they're picking is going into that lane. So Jace locked in, looks like it's going to be the lock in for Drexel. I can almost assure you that this is going to be going to the top side of the map. Um, Going back and then taking the Jarvan, I think you kind of have to see Team Shadow here leaning to take the Galio because you don't really want to see this Jarvan Galio combo coming out for Drexel because they've ran it in the past and we've all seen it and it's very deadly.
Indeed, it is. Now coming into the pick on the sides of Shadow, they're grabbing the Nunu and the Thresh. They're giving up the Galio, which I don't think is the best option. If Drexel grabs that here, that can be very difficult, a very difficult lane for Thresh to play through. But it seems like Drexel wants their Ezreal a little bit more. This is a very weird draft. In my opinion, I believe that Shadow should have grabbed the Galio, and since they didn't, Drexel should have punished by taking it. Banning the Ezreal is not that big of a deal since their AD carry can play other champions such as the Lucian that he played in the last game. And I just think the act of having Jarvan Galio on the table for you to be able to take, and the AD carry options with terrain traversal to be able to get out of that combo are very limited still in this current draft. Tristana's like the only other one. You have Kaisa who can ult out of the box, but that's really just not as much as you would want on the table in terms of allowing Galio to have the chance of getting through, but they do ban it in their second rotation of bans. Drexel bans out the Kalista, which is a very strong champion with the Thresh, and I'm happy to see that gets banned out. And in response to the Galio ban, they ban the Jax, and then the final ban is the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, definitely. I do like what we're seeing here coming out of Drexel's ban phase. They say we're gonna actually take the Ezreal. We don't really care about Jarvan Galio because we can have a good secondary engage if they are going to pick Braum. And then they also take away something that's been strong for Samso recently in the past, a comfort pick in the Callista. They take away another comfort pick out of here, Jax for Hiraki in the top lane. So interesting to see where Shadow goes here. And they do decide to give Samso just something that is going to dominate these late game team fights in the Jinx. And this is exactly what we were hoping Shadow would do. And then they take the Scion for Hiraki in the top lane. So this is it. They're saying that we think we can team fight as good as you guys. So let's see what we can do. But on the flip side, Drexel says if you want a team fight, we're okay with playing the 1-3-1 composition with a potential Kassadin lock-in. Jason Kassadin, the side lane, as we know, is super tough to deal with.
Kassadin in team fights as well is very difficult to deal
Yes.
with. He will definitely say hi Jinx, bye Jinx very quickly in these team fights, and that is definitely what Drexel is going to be looking to do. There's a lot of high burst damage and poke capability inside the Drexel team comp. Shadow definitely want to find a way to keep their Jinx healthy and not within one shot range of the Kassadin in the earlier stages of the game, because in those team fights where she gets poked to about 50%, Kassadin will just swoop in and knock her right on down, and that's not what you want to see happen in these team fights for Shadow.
The main thing that you want to make sure that you're focusing in on in these games as the spectators is the bottom lane matchup for both teams. Thresh Jinx versus Ezreal Braum is a very it has a chance of being a very spicy lane. If either of those AD carries get kills in the early game, everything can immediately go crashing down for the opposing team, and I would like to see how these teams play around that.
Yeah, definitely. But I think the key thing here is that Cairo got his Vladimir, right? And that has been such a good champion for him. He's been spamming it in solo queue. He knows this champion inside and out, and I think he's super confident to playing into this Kassadin. And I think it's going to be the other lane that you really want to sit and you want to watch and you want to see how they play out this matchup, because if they can manage to shut down this Kassadin early, a lot of what Drexel is looking to do starts to become really problematic because they don't really have a good way to stall out this game. Their wave clear is kind of lacking.
That is very true. I just want to see again what happens in this early game. Every single game, Shadow gets a lead in the early game. They have priority and they don't use it correctly. They need to be working on getting their vision down. They need to be working on getting these early dragons taken off the map. Even if it's a cloud or an ocean, every dragon counts. It's an objective for you that doesn't go to the enemy team, and those stats can help you with anything like map rotations, regeneration, and making laning phase last a little bit longer for your Jinx, or even on the case of Infernal Dragon and Mountain Dragon, you definitely want to get those early so that Jinx can siege better and Jinx will do more damage in the later game team fights.
Yeah, definitely. So the only thing that I want to see differently here now is I want to talk about Shadow's early game. And I want to see it almost be the same as it was the first game, because it was so good for the first 10-15 minutes. But then something happened. They started to not be as proactive as they were, and they started to just reacting to things. I want to see them play with a clear head this game. I want to see them take this lead that they know they can generate in the early game, that they've shown that they can do against Drexel. I want them to take the lead that they get, force it into Drexel's side of the map, take control of it, get the vision, and then force them to walk into them onto the objectives like Rift Herald, Baron, Dragon, Blind, and then just blow them up, because that's really what they're looking to do. And that's how you kind of break away Drexel's team composition. They want to be split pushing. Well, threaten them by taking every single objective on the map. It forces you to have to force them to come into you.
Indeed, but I definitely, again, I want to see how they get their vision set up so that they can make those types of plays happen. One thing that has been definitely going or lacking in these games specifically has been the amount of vision control that Shadow has been exhibiting throughout these early game portions of the game and throughout the mid game and onto the later on most important objectives. So I'd like to see them understand their matchups, understand what they can do, and use their priority if they get it to get the vision that they need to make sure that they're able to make the plays that they need to get ahead. Otherwise, they're going to fall very far behind very quickly or lose their leads that they were able to generate very quickly as well.
Yeah, definitely. And just to take a look at the summoner spells, we got 3 teleports on the side of Drexel, and we want to see what they can do, see if they can do something with it. They definitely have a lot of priority with that. And only 2 on the side of Life Essence Shadow. However, Samso does have that extra combat summoner in the bot lane 2v2 versus Super Lazy and Rajin, so we're interested to see if they can maybe take advantage of that down there. But other than that, I'm really looking forward to see if Shadow can bounce it back and if they can get this reverse sweep on to Drexel, if Drexel is just going to be able to close it out here.
Yeah, and that's definitely what we don't want to happen. I'd like to be able to cast this game cast this series for a few more games so we can go ahead and play that Silver Scrapes going into Game 5. I'd like to see a lot of more action from these two teams, I believe that Shadow can step it up. They were showing signs of life in the later half of Game 2, and I'm wondering if they're just on a slow ramp up and the reverse sweep can start now. But they definitely need to, again, remember to communicate with one another, remember to communicate how they want to go in, how they want to ward, the objectives they want to fight for, and to make sure that they're prepping for those things accordingly, because if one misstep happens, this entire game can go downhill to a team that is like that is Drexel's team. Like, their composition definitely steamrolls very quickly. Jace and Jarvan will protect or be able to create early game leads that Cassidy and Ezreal need in those lanes to be able to sustain up and just ride it out until the late game. And you do not want a late game Cassidy on the enemy team, because he will just kill literally everyone.
Yeah, definitely. So I really want to see just a good game. Honestly, that's all I want, Soul. I just want a good game. Both games has been good, entertaining, fun, a lot of fighting. That's all I care about.
I agree. We are about a minute and 10 seconds before the next game, and I'm looking forward to see how both teams play around this game. Drexel's ahead. Will they be too cocky coming into game number 3? And, Shadow's behind. Have they lost all hope? Are they able to, pull themselves out of here?
So, you seen the trailer for the Joker movie?
I have not seen the trailer for the Joker movie yet. I wish I have, but I haven't. I heard it was good.
Listen, it looks creepy.
I think it's supposed to be creepy, though. Pretty sure it is.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I definitely should watch the trailer.
I mean, isn't it like his backstory or something?
Yeah, it's all about the Joker's backstory. It looks really, really interesting. It's like the origin. There's like this creepy thing where he's like in the living room, like an old school living room, just like dancing with his mom and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just the Joker's always clowned up. It's weird. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
have you seen like a horror film?
Well, I mean, it should be, but are you gonna? The better question is, are you gonna see Avengers Endgame, brother?
Actually, I didn't even see the last Avengers movie.
Wait a minute. All right, so I guess we're gonna have to end the cast right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa! Come on now, don't be like that. I don't know. It's just all of them are the same, man.
What do you mean? They are not the same. I apologize.
It's just a different villain, and they're just,
But it's a very high quality movie, and that is the point. Acting is on 110%. Every fight scene is amazing. That is why you go see Marvel movies.
I feel like most of the time it's just stunt doubles. It's not even actors.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not talking about their fighting as the actors. A lot of the actors do their own stunts, but it's definitely like, CG and effects. Like the quality of Marvel movies are very high this decade, and even coming out of last decade. But and I want to see DC step up. I'm hoping that Shazam is good, personally.
Ooh, yeah, that looked like a good one. Well,
but here we are. We are getting into game number 3 of UML Finals. Life as in Shadow versus Drexel University. And again, to re-emphasize, I sound like a broken record, but I want Shadow to do something with their early game priority if they are able to create some.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to look to see if Shadow can get the reverse sweep here in game number 3, or if Drexel's going to close it out here. So we just see a pretty standard 5-point start coming out of both teams. I don't think we're going to see any funny business. I think we're just going to see the teams looking to play standard, play clean. I'm interested to see where the junglers both start here, right? Because I think it really, really impacts how Shadow and how Drexel is going to be looking to play. Because it's very clear that in this game that Drexel wants to play around their solo laners by the way they drafted. In Shadow wants to play the exact opposite, and they want to play around the bot side of the map. So I'm wondering if they're going to vertical jungle, if they're willing to handshake it and say, okay, well, our bot side of the map is going to be better than your top half of the map, or vice versa, or if we're just going to see something a little bit more standard.
Indeed. I'm interested in how team fights will play out as well. Looks like the team fights on the side of Shadow are a lot stronger. They do have a lot more engage and secondary engage options. Similar abilities like the Scion ultimate and the Nunu snowball to be able to close gaps very quickly. And the follow-up from Vladimir can definitely be very, very good for them. But Jace is messing with them at the blue buff start. He gets a little bit of poke out onto the Scion coming into the lane. So he's coming into the lane a little 100 health weaker than he generally would. Trading is not happening a lot in lanes. Everybody's just looking to farm. I'm looking to see pretty much standard CSing in bot and mid lane, and a lot of poke coming out of the top lane.
Yeah, definitely. So you're looking at kind of two separate styles where Drexel kind of wants to poke them down before they get their engage, and they have a really strong siege composition. And then on the side of Shadow, you know, you have these two pretty big engage tools in the snowball as well as the Scion ultimate. So I think it's going to come down to if Shadow actually is able to pull the trigger. I think it's pretty hard for him.
Here comes a level 2 gank top lane. Here comes a drive in. Rocky is forced to flash on the Scion. Otherwise, he probably would have died there. And that is exactly the type of early aggression that Drive is going to exhibit when he's in the same game as a Nunu. He doesn't really have anything to be afraid of, but here comes a counter gank from mid, or Nunu just using a snowball to roll his way into his red side and avoid the Jarvan. And that is something that you see pretty often. We have some trades going down bot lane. This lane is definitely just a bunch of auto techs going around and being traded. A lot of what's going on right now is just very standard, trading back and forth between bot lanes. They just want to farm. But of course, you never farm in peace. You always want to see what you can get, what you will or won't lose. And here comes a 1v1 between Nunu and the Jarvan. And Nunu is surprisingly strong on his own. But now it's turning into a 3v2. Nunu is still here, and they are very low. And here comes First Blood. Actually goes over to Ezreal onto the Scion, but the fight is still happening in the river. They should be trying to get these kills to the Jinx, but no. Vladimir takes the second kill. Jinx gets 2 assists. And that is a very good early game fight, regardless of who the kills went to, for Shadow.
Yeah, definitely. It's really unlucky that Dano actually got first blooded there and handed over to the Ezreal. But I think overall that's very positive, and that's something that we definitely want to continue to see. Vladimir picking up a kill is super good for this mid lane matchup.
Indeed. I'm just personally wondering exactly how they're going to translate this lead as well, because we've seen them get leads earlier on before, and I'd like to see how they work around this. Thresh is roaming top lane. He's looking to get a gank off onto this Jace. He still has his hook up. He goes for the flay. He's just going to auto attack, and he might just solo kill him. He lands the hook, and it goes to the Scion. Dano on his main champion Thresh. He's well known for that throughout the UML D3, and I'm surprised that they're able to give it to him. And when he gets the champion, he performs very well, and I'm happy to see something like that happen right here as Jinx is safely farming the bot lane. She has a 12 CS deficit, but I believe that's about where she was before he even roamed. So but they're able to, the bot lane's going to be able to get some plates on the side of Drexel. They're going Braum is going to take some tower shots. So is Ezreal, and they're going to back right on out. But Jinx is going to be able to close this CS differential really quickly throughout farming this wave if she's able to. Thresh takes the hook. He hits on the minion. He flays Braum back into the team. Braum has to jump away. He tries to jump onto the Ezreal, and this kill is going to go to the Jinx on from the Braum, and that is something that you definitely want to see here. The hook almost lands on the Ezreal. That could have been a secondary kill, and this game is definitely stepping up a lot more, and I'm happy to see it. There's 4-1 for Shadow, and Ezreal currently does not have his E up. He's out of mana. He lands the hook, and he is down. And Dano is smurfing in this game. It looks like he is landing almost every hook. He is walking up with no regard for the enemy team, and they can do nothing to stop him.
Yeah, definitely. But see, here's the thing. We've seen. Oh. Okay,
And blue team is
Wow.
taking the first dragon. This is exactly what I wanted to see come out of them. It seems like they were slowly ramping up throughout the other games, and they are now online for this one. This is the style of play that I wanted to see coming through from them in the earlier portions of the series. But now that it's coming out, I'm really excited to see how the rest of the game will play out.
Yeah, definitely. And this is exactly what we expected of Shadow in the early game. No, they did it in game 2. They're doing it here in game 3. We got a little bit of a fight going on over the wall. Nunu's able to secure
Nunu
that.
is
I don't
very
think it's
strong.
gonna
I
be-
don't think Jarvan wants these hands, to be quite frank. He is fighting a Yeti, and he is only a man, and Jace is not winning a lot of these fights as handily as he would like to in the top lane, but it looks like. And here comes a gank. Jace does not have flash. The snowball does land. Don't attempt to try to get this kill, but Sion does anyway. That's not really advised. Should have just let Nunu take it, but they still get the kill anyway, and that is good for Shadow. The CS differential in each lane is relatively standard considering in matchups. Sion down 13 CS. Jinx down 3 or so due to the bad matchup into the Ezreal, being poked all the time, and mid lane is down about 12, which is a little large if I do say so myself.
Yeah, definitely. Especially for a champion like Cassin, who's supposed to be a little bit weaker in the laning phase, but I guess it also goes hand in hand because Vladimir also does have a little bit of a weaker laning phase as well, and he's looking to scale up. I think once the Vladimir gets level 9 and is 40% CDR, I think that's when you'll start to see it come online, and maybe the matchup goes back into the favor of Cairo, as we got some action going down on the top side, but nothing's going to come of it.
Nothing's going to come of it. Jace is just going to swat the Nunu away like a fly and walk under his tower. As he definitely needs to be. He needs to continue to be vigilant in that lane to not lose his lead. He is still ahead, but Jarvan is getting engaged on again. Nunu is just walking around and saying hi to everyone. He is being super friendly, but maybe too friendly in the mind of Drexel. But it looks like there's an all-in going on in the mid lane from each other. There's a 2v2 going down bottom. Thresh lands the flay, lands the hook onto the Braum. Braum is getting very, very low. He can't really walk through the traps. Jinx is doing a lot of damage. Braum goes down, and the flash flay onto the Ezreal. Jinx is very ahead. Jinx gets a double kill on the bot lane just through the 2v2, and that is insane play from Dano again. He is hard carrying this game, and everybody on his team is just along for the ride, and they are very happy that he is in the driver's seat, and they are very happy to be his passengers.
Yeah, definitely. Dano has been playing out of his mind this game. Like, with the level 2 top side, that was so good from him. He's just been playing incredibly smart League of Legends this game, able to get SAMSO the advantage that he's looking for, and it's almost unstoppable.
And there's a Nunu game coming in the top lane. The snowball is going to miss, but he's going to start landing the E. The root is going to come up. Sion's going to ult. The Nunu ult is being popped as well. And that is a pop of Ace Jace if I've ever seen one. He popped like a really big balloon, and they're going to be able to get a few plates on this top lane tower if they do choose to stay for it. There are no objectives on the bot side of the map for Jarvan to punish with. And that is definitely the play that you want to see again happening in this game, and they aren't respecting the Nunu as much as they should. He's very fast, very mobile, he's able to get around the map a lot, but Selfish King is definitely doing a lot of work this game. He's like, you know, last 2 games I was slacking, time for me to step it up. I'm going to be all over the place. A hook lands in the bot lane, but nothing comes of it. I believe that their bot lane Des wants to recall, unless they already have for this game. Oh yeah, Jinx and Thresh have already recalled. Jinx is very far ahead. She has her BF sword and her pickaxe already, and she's already got her magical footwear.
Yeah, definitely. The thing that I would like to see that goes into the bot side, I think. Oh,
and they are trying really hard in the mid lane to get these kills. Vlad flashes when the Ezreal ultimate is right on top of him. Nunu is maybe going a little bit too hard here, but they don't. He protects. Oh, there's an ultimate going through. Jinx was hoping that they would be a little bit lower, a little bit further under the tower, but she does end up missing. But Nothing comes of that mid lane gank, the 2v2 that happens there. Jarvan is topside looking to kill the Scion. They go for the ult. The Cataclysm onto him, and he just flashes away. More trading going down bot lane. A hook is thrown. Ezreal just ease out of the way. He takes a W. Few auto attacks trade back and forth. But everybody is just looking very fine and dandy on the side of Shadow.
Yeah. I mean, oh, there's a hook coming in.
And there's a hook
yeah.
that lands through the wall, and there has to be a flash going through, and this is also more than likely going to be another one. That's 2 flashes from the bot lane of Drexel. This Jinx is online very early. She definitely has enough gold to buy her Infinity Edge already. Nunu is in their jungle. He's flashing the wall. He wants these kills. He has the ult, but he cancels a little bit too early, and he gets 1 kill, and then Thresh takes the second. Lantern out, and he is in safety. This is 11-2, a 4K gold lead at 11 minutes into the game, and I have a very common rule of thumb where if the gold lead is greater than or equal to half of the minute timer in the game, that the team with that gold lead is likely to win. But here comes a gank into the mid lane. A flag and drag from the Jarvan just goes ahead and takes down the Vladimir really quickly. There's not a lot that he can do in that situation. But they are on the second Inferno Drake of the game. So they're and the Jinx lands a rocket straight on to the Jarvan, and that is not something that I saw coming across the map. It is something that is definitely calculated and confirmed by the Jinx, and this is definitely the exact type of game that we were hoping to see out of them come out of game 2. I'm happy that they turned their blinders off and they're ready to win this game, and it looks like Scion is about to get the second tower of the game, even though he's in his own losing matchup. Bot lane has already taken the first tower, and they have 2 Infernals on the side of Shadow. This is definitely a better game.
Yeah, definitely. Shadow is stepping up. Super clean play from them, and I can't see how it's even possible for them to throw this game away. They're in such a good state. Jinx has her Infinity Edge already at 13 minutes into the game, and she even has a call. So whenever she finishes that call, you can expect her to probably go back and have enough gold to even probably pick up her Runon's Hurricane. Like, this Jinx is online to massive levels.
And Braum is getting caught out here. Thresh lands a hook into the Jarvan, and he just immediately flashes away. But Braum is definitely still caught out. He's dangerous. He's dark and alone in the jungle, and Scion is about to solo kill the Jace. This is definitely a different game entirely. Nunu is stealing away the Raptors right now. Jarvan cannot do anything to defend this. Thresh goes for the flash hook, he misses it, but Nunu is behind them. He's trying to land the E for the root, but he can't. He just lands the consume. He definitely probably goes down here for this. Pops' ultimate, does a decent amount of damage while his team is taking the mid tier 1 tower. And there's nothing that Drexel can really do to stop that. There's another Jinx rocket that lands right on its mark, and this is definitely an informed Samso if I have ever seen one. There's nothing that can really stop him. Here comes a 2v3 in the mid lane. Thresh is landing hook, he's landing plays. There's the bot lane of Drexler very low. Jinx is just free hitting. She is going to get 1. She is going to get 2. And she is going to get 3 all by herself. And this is the Thresh's early game coming out clutch. This Jinx is massive. 9-0 at 17 minutes into the game. Drexel is on tilt, and they are on the run.
Listen, Drexel has, they have been outclassed. This Jarvan has looked clueless the entire time, doesn't know where to be on his map.
And it looks like there's a 1v1 going on the side lane in the dodge from the Vladimir, but he doesn't have the flash to follow up on the Kassadin's. He takes Kassadin's flash. His flash will be up next time. So Kassadin, if he tries to take the same trade, he'll definitely meet his end in that type of situation.
And then they're gonna Shadow's gonna secure the Rift Arrows here. That's super good for him. They can probably just take a good reset here. Let Jinx get her second item at 15 minutes in the game, which is going to be massive. And then they can look to try to crack open one of these other 2 towers, accelerate the game even farther ahead for them. This game is open, and now is closed. It's 15 minutes in, and you have an 8K gold lead. This is insurmountable. There is no way that I think Drexel can even conceivably come back into this game.
I would have to agree, but we still have a lot of time that can potentially happen in this game. There's still chances to make picks, but this Nunu is so strong. He has a Cinderhawk already. He has Mobies. He's rushing a Spirit Visage as well. Thresh has his redemption. Jinx is at 2.5 items. And the Scion is ballsy enough to build an Iceborne Gauntlet. He's looking to solo kill this. And we have a flank coming in from the mid lane. He lands the snowballs onto the onto the Braum. The Braum gets reared up. He tried to use his ultimate to get out, but Jinx is just pummeling him. 198 damage on a crit through the shield. Jinx is... I'm hoping that they drop their tail down mid. There's no one here to stop them in terms of CC. They're just dropping and take everything, and they're going for a 2v1 on the bot lane. But it looks like Vladimir is so strong, and he gets out. 1v2 gets a kill. Hi there, bye there, and now they are going in again on to the Cassidy with another tower dive, and Selfish King is all over the place. This Vladimir is winning the 1-3-1 against the against the Cassidy. Everybody's really strong, and that's a hook that lands right there. Look at these Jinx crits. They are massive, and she has ulti right now. Oh, no, she doesn't. Never mind. But she definitely, all she needs is one more auto attack, and someone else is also going to meet their maker. This is the drop Herald. If I have another common rule of thumb, if you try to fight 4v5 or try to team fight on a Herald that is dropped at your Nexus towers, and one of your players die, you lose the game. So if they take this team fight, which they do, and they lose, this game is over at 17 minutes. Caston is trying to get to the Jinx, but he can do nothing. Thresh lands a hook onto the Braum. He is also gone. Is this looking like a pentakill? I believe this is looking very close to pentakill, but I believe this game is going to be over right now. There's a rocket that goes through and lands to the Ezreal. He is very low. This is another kill. This would have been the triple, but the timer has collapsed, and this is an insanely quick game. 10k gold lead at 17 minutes. I don't think that Drexel should have taken that team fight. That was a very large misstep for them. Look at this Vladimir. He's like, oh, I'm 1 HP, but I can still take this Gromp. And they are on to the third dragon of the game. At 18 minutes, they have taken every dragon since it spawned. And that is the type of objective control I wanted to see come out of them in the first game.
Yeah,
I'm very happy that it's happening this time.
This is super good from Shadow, right? Like, you're hoping to see this exact thing in the next game, and the next game, and for the reverse sweep if you're a Shadow fan, right? You know, the one thing here is that I don't think Drexel can come back, but they do get free gold funneled back into them on the bot side of the map now, right? So they're always having one lane push into them. If they can find a way to stall this out, I do believe that there's somewhat of a chance. But when you have a 13-0 3-item Jinx at 19 minutes into the game,
and that is a dead Jace. Another hook from Dano. This bot lane duo is like, we have a team, but you won't see them very often. We're gonna kill you all on our own. That hook barely misses, but Jinx is just going to run them all down. Braum pops up and attempt to deter that, and successfully does. But Jinx is very, very strong.
Yeah, definitely. I don't really know what they can do. There's a double Infernal.
Jinx,
also,
look at these, like, those aren't even Jinx critting auto attacks there, just regular autos. The hook lands onto the Braum. Nunu is behind the tower. They are being dove. Nunu decides to back off. 3 members of Drexel are here, but Nunu's guarantees about a purple snowball. This team fight is going to start very soon. Jinx is landing double W's, landing rocket attacks on multiple members and hitting everybody. Scion is in the mid lane, but he didn't have to flash this. He's taking no damage. Jace can't even get an auto attack range. He's just standing here. I was hoping that he would stand here and laugh. That would have been phenomenal. But here comes another hook from Thresh onto the Braum, and he is gone. Goat Mountain Man disappears back into the mountains from which he came. They are still trying to kill this Scion mid, and it is not working out, but it looks like they're finally going to be able to do it because he has no magic resist. But this is the second inhibitor going down on the top side of the map. Baron is now up, but I believe that Shadow is just going to attempt to end the game. But no, they're leaving the base. They have no minions. They are still 10k gold up. If Cassidy wants this, which I don't think he does, but he gets invited right to the dinner by the hook, and he is also gone.
Yeah, like now all they have to do is they just back out, they get vision in their red side jungle, make sure there's things on Baron. They probably don't even need to reset. They can just start the Baron up right here, like they're planning on doing, reset after, come back out onto the map, shove it down their throats in the mid lane and say, how are you going to beat us when we have an 11k gold?
And the majority of that gold lead is definite Elder Jinx. She has 12,900 gold at this point in the game, and her 80 carry counterpart is at 7.8k.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing that I would like to see here is that, okay, SAMSO goes for an LDR here. The only thing I think I would have rather seen if he went Last Whisper and a QSS, just so that way, in case he ever does get caught out, maybe he has an escape option. But he's been playing so well and so on point with Dano that I don't think it's even possible for them to get caught out in this game.
And they're running straight to the mid lane now to attempt to take out this last Ember Tower with their Baron. The Super Minions are still flooding into bot lane, flooding into the base from top lane. This tower is going to go down. If there was a fight for Drexel to take, it would be now before the Jinx arrives, but she is already here. And all they can do is concede all of this map and all of their base in the enemy team. Vladimir is walking up to say hi to the top lane, to the Cassidy. Jinx gets one. She's looking for another. She is very big, and she is looking to get a penta here. But a lot of them go down. Ezreal manages to 1v1 her, which is surprising. But the game is still going to. The game is still over as Vladimir chased down the Cassidy. He's gone. The ace comes through for Shadow, and after a very destructive and chaotic team fight to end the game is ended. 22.
Yeah,
then this is the fastest game of the series at 22 minutes and 42 seconds.
I mean, that could potentially be the fastest game of the split, right? Like, that's such a quick game. I don't know how you could have ended that game any faster. I mean, Shadow played the game so well, they decided to say, we're going to take our early game lead, and then they played calculated and smart League of Legends with it. They took their advantages, fought around the map where they were stronger, and to be quite honest, Dano is the MVP of this game, right? Like, Dano just absolutely smurfed on this, and it is absolutely insane the things that he was able to do this game.
And if we take a quick peek at the damage graph, it won't really show that Dano's the MVP, but we know that all 80 carries can't do anything without a good support, and this damage from the Jinx is proof that she had a good support this game.
Yeah, definitely. Like, that's just a ridiculous amount of damage. That's over 1,000 damage a minute, and that is a lot of damage. Typically on an ADC that's outputting a lot of damage, you'll see only around 700. Well, 1,100 per minute seems pretty good. I think if Shadow just takes the game plan that they had this same exact game, they go back into it with the same mindset that they had, they play the same League of Legends, because clearly they're the better early game team. They've shown it the past 2 games. Now we just need to see if they can be consistent with it, and they can take these early game advantages that they get, and they continue to press their advantages. And maybe we see a reverse sweep coming in. But I'm really interested to see what Drexel and how they change their drafting going through into the next game. Do you think they actually just have to take away this Thresh from Dano now?
They have to ban the Thresh, but but where there's one hook champion, there's another hook champion. He can play Pike, he can play Blitzcrank even, and there's also a potential chance for a Nautilus as well. Any champion that can do the same type of function as Thresh is something that you have to keep in mind when even banning Thresh. There's a lot of things that can go and have him and provide him the same type of play that he had in this game. And when you have that many champions under the same archetype and a player who's that good at landing his hooks, you have to be scared going into game 4.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm definitely excited to see what happens game Soul. If you guys don't mind, we're just going to take a quick break here while we get set up for the next game, and we'll be right back with you in about 5 minutes, okay? Are we muted?
All right, and we are back. That was a very short animation, rather short one. I didn't get a chance to finish jamming to my song, but we are apparently in drafts, but I have not received the link. I need the link.
Go to Team Shadows chat. But right now, we got Drexel banning away the Silas Thresh and the Nunu, two things that they were scared of from last game. Good to see some adaptation out of Drexel. And then Shadow decides to say that we're going to ban Vladimir, Karthus, and Victor. Two scary flex picks and the Karthus jungle from game 2 that we definitely don't want to see. But then it leaves Drexel open to leave. It allows Drexel to take Super Lazy Solution, which he's been so comfortable on for the entirety of the split, going back to something that's more comfortable, a lot more early game that's been dominating for him. So we're interesting to see how Shadow can come back from that. They do respond with the Lucian or with the Braum and a Sejuani being taken on the side of Team Shadow. So it's good to take away the Lucian Braum, obviously, and then Sejuani is just a very, very strong jungler in the current stage of the game.
Agreed, but it looks like they're also. It looks like Dressel's taking the Galio Jarvan combination here, and that is something that's very strong, along with the Lucian, who wants to be able to stay in close with that type of combo as well. They're going to be looking to be able to utilize that combo throughout all phases of the game, but it looks like Shadow is just going to go ahead and snatch up their Jinx here. They have Braum, Sejuani, Jinx. Nunu and Thresh in the last game banned away, and that's something that we expected considering those two champions were running amok everywhere.
Yeah, definitely. I'm interested to see which sides that pinched. I imagine we'll just see mid lane being pinched here out of Team Shadow, and we'll probably see a Jax ban coming out of Drexel on the second side. Oh, so we ban away the Hecarim. That's definitely something that's been rising into popularity here on 9.7 with the small buffs that he's gotten. He is very flexible of a pick as well. I do believe he's better top lane than he is in the jungle, but he's able to just proc Conqueror so fast. Like, this guy does insane amount of damage in the laning phase in his trading. And there's the Jax that I was talking about.
Indeed. I mean, Hecarim is also remembered as the helicopter. The speed at which he can proc a lot of his things, he just basically tackles you, W's that procs, and gives you another stack, Q, auto Q, and there goes the Conqueror. And that's an understandable ban. And they're going to also take away the Urgot, like Shadow took away Urgot. He's a very strong top laner if you're expecting to pick tanks, something that can definitely bully and then also provide the same type of body in the mid to late game as well. And it seems that Drexel is responding with the Yorick ban again. He's been banned every game in the series. They definitely don't want Billy to take that. Billy being Haraki, by the way. But it looks like they're going to lock in, or they're hovering Aatrox here. Some of his bad matchups are still up, but the worst of them are gone. Victor and Hecarim being those two. And Urgot is also not available here, so Aatrox is definitely a good pick here. He's a strong bruiser top laner who can do a lot of damage if he gets ahead, and that is definitely what they are looking to be able to facilitate, also with having a ranged champion in both their top and bottom, or melee champion both their top and bottom lane that can synergize with the Sejuani.
Ooh, I really like this pick coming out of Drexel, actually. Talia is something that's been rising in popularity. It's all you've seen her win rate being going up in solo queue. This is something that is super strong right now and is able to provide a lot of priority in the mid lane, a strong 2v2. Wait a second.
Are they locking in the Veigar?
Is this actually
top?
Veigar? No. Okay.
It's
So I think
Ziggs.
this is actually a J4 top lane and a Talia jungle. Now this is where things get interesting. I really also think that Talia jungle is going to start to come back on the rise too. She just has so much dueling potential in the early game, and her 2v2s are super strong.
Indeed, and the way that she can rotate around the map is also very strong, and it looks like, as on the other side, while it might not be the best matchup for her, Orianna works very well with the rest of Shadow's team comp in terms of being able to engage as secondary engager, or even primarily in some of these team fights, but it looks like they're looking for the Akali here, which... It seems very strange that Lissandra's made it through pick and bans every single game here, and it's very strange that, considering the player that they have on their team in Kyrogenis, being a very good Lissandra player, and that champion going through picks and bans basically every single game, I believe every single game, yeah, actually every single game, is very strange to me, and he definitely works out. and that champion definitely would have worked very well here, but I would like to see what he can do on this Akali into the Ziggs matchup. I know Ziggs is very good into a lot of assassins, the ability to disengage with SAMSO charge, the minefield that he lays makes it very difficult for them to just walk at him. They always have to take the route around, and the consistent poke he throws out. Dragons that come out here are going to be very important for laning phase. Also, whenever the first blue buff can be passed off is also very important to Ziggs, but they can definitely do a lot of things. Also, mid and top could swap champions in this game, and that could work. But I don't necessarily think that Aatrox has the best time playing against Ziggs. What about you?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think so. I think this is problematic for both. No matter who you stick the mid lane right now, right? I think what their objective here is that they know that their ADC is the better ADC. They think that SAMSO, like Shadow has to think that SAMSO is the better ADC after last game. Their confidence is through the roof. Cairo is definitely a well-known Akali player. His Akali is very good. I think they're just going for something that's a little bit more comfortable for them in the 2 solo lanes, something that they've played a lot of times into a lot of different matchups. And they're just going to allow Jinx to be able to essentially fight front to back with the Sejuani and Braum, while Aatrox and Akali are able to zone off and die up the back line, because they just think SAMSO is going to eventually just do more damage in the later stages of the game than what a Lucian will to a Sejuani and an Aatrox, and you know, their front line that Shadow is going to be putting together. I think the Ziggs is an interesting pick, though. It's something that we don't really see a lot, right? Like, the Ziggs is something that's definitely hasn't been favored by a lot of different people, except for Saros, the LJL mid laner, who did make it to Worlds for the Japanese region. But outside of that, I really haven't seen this guy in competitive play, so I don't really know how this matchup is going to go, which favor it is, but it definitely has to be in the Ziggs, at least for the early portion of the laning phase.
I hard agree. And you know, coming into this draft, you know, like it has me like this draft phase has me thinking about a lot of things, especially thinking about how difficult it is to find scrims as an amateur team. And there's a new sponsor for UML and for Life Essence known as Scuttle Scrims. If you guys weren't here at the beginning of the cast, let me let you know what Scuttle Scrims is. It's a web platform for serious amateur and collegiate esports teams to find matches, analyze performance, and effectively manage their teams. The public beta for Scuttle Scrims is coming out early May. Sign up for more info at scuttlescrims.gg, and we'll be posting that link in chat for you guys very shortly.
And we just also want to say we appreciate everybody for coming out to the finals of UML, and we do appreciate all you guys have given us. We're very grateful that you've kind of been here to listen to me and Soul just kind of ramble on over the games.
Yep, this is one of my first casting experiences. I have been known to talk very quickly, so I took on the role of play-by-play and turned into somewhat of a rap god sometimes. But thank you guys for all sticking through this with us. You guys are wonderful. Love you all. 28 viewers. You guys definitely are doing a great job supporting the team, or supporting whichever team you're coming in here to support. And I'm happy to have all of you guys in here, regardless of which team that you guys are rooting for.
Yeah, definitely. We really appreciate it, guys. So the thing here is that what I'm worried about right now for Team Shadow is that this Talia is going to be able to take over the early game. We really haven't seen Chiching do too much on the other champions, right? He's kind of played things that have just been a little bit stronger in the later stages of the game, outside of the Jarvan. You know, he did play the Karthus, which is just kind of brainless. You run through your jungle, farm it a lot until you hit level 11, and then you just press R with double pen items, and you one-shot the enemy carries. But Talia is kind of problematic for a lot of the 2 solo laners, as well as even the Sejuani on the side of Shadow, because she just puts down her warped ground, right? And then they try to dash through it, and they just take an insane amount of damage. and that could be something that we could look at. That's a little bit problematic. We do see Drexel trolling around over here, but I don't think we're gonna see anything. Wait. Okay, never mind. I thought Drexel was actually gonna go Lucian top and Ziggs, but I think they're just trolling right now.
Ziggs top, Talia mid, Jarvan jungle. That's still
Yeah, it's
not
past
the
20 seconds,
matchup.
right?
I think, yeah, they can't trade anymore. This is definitely what they're going with. I've not seen a lot of Ziggs top. I don't know exactly how strong it is, and I don't think Talia has a favorable matchup into Akali in the mid lane. Akali doesn't necessarily need to use any of her dashes to stay on top of that champion and kill her, so the spike traps that she can drop down won't necessarily get as much out of, or as much usage out of them as she would innately be able to do against other matchups. She's also very fast with base movement speed, so being able to land the seismic shove is going to be very difficult as well. So interesting.
Yeah,
enough.
like this is a really interesting a draft comp coming out of it. I actually initially liked it Drexel whenever I thought it was J4 top lane, because I actually think that's pretty fine into the Aatrox in the early laning phases. And then I also think it's just a better initiator, obviously, because you have a Galio to follow up your engage. And then Talia in the jungle is able to just put in so much pressure, clears her camps so quickly. But with the Ziggs in the top lane, I guess the thing is that they are on blue side, so it is a lot harder to actually gank the Ziggs, so maybe he's able to hold priority a lot easier. But like if this Ziggs gets caught out at least one time, like we could just see Rao running it down top lane eventually. He could be 0-3 by like 15 minutes if he doesn't actually play this matchup right, and they don't play around this and have vision. So I think it's got to be executed properly on the side of Drexel, and they have been executing their team compositions fairly well throughout the majority of this game. So I'd like to see how well they can execute this.
Me too, and we're about a minute and a half away from game number 4. Hoping for the reverse sweep. If we can take it to game 5, that would be something. And
Yeah.
I'm very much looking forward to being able to play Silver Scrapes in my first cast. That would be phenomenal to me. But looking at these team compositions again, there's still the jinx that Drexel has to worry about a whole lot. It's going to be very, very difficult to avoid or be able to get around her late game, and their team comp doesn't really have enough engage to just stay on top of her. Like their engage options are limited. Also, I think you might have posted the wrong link to Scuttle Scrims, by the way, because it's scuttlescrims.gg.
No, click the link.
Okay.
Click the link.
It works.
I got you.
Okay. But
This
like,
link is
everybody in chat's being like, what? Oh yeah, scuttlescrims.gg redirects to scuttlescrims.com. Okay, we're good. All right.
Yeah. Come on,
Yeah,
have faith
yeah.
in
I
your
mean,
boy.
I was just asking because someone in the chat's like, "What is this link?" And I'm just trying to make sure that everything is fine. All right, so we're going into the loading screen for game number 4 of UML Finals, Life Essence, UML Division 3 Finals, Life Essence Shadow versus Drexel University. So this loading screen should take about 20-ish seconds.
Yeah.
Any,
We're definitely
any
hoping for the
thoughts?
I mean, I'm hoping for the reverse sweep. Maybe I have a little bit of a biased opinion, right? Like,
Too biased, brother. Too biased. You can't say that in here. You're gonna get
Like-
fired, dude.
like, I'm hoping at least for a game 5 though. Like, truthfully, I want a good series. This is the finals of a tournament. Everybody wants that story, right? The game 5. This is what these players have been working for all season long. Both of them actually not dropping a single game. Both of these teams are 8-0 coming into this finals. It's going to be really as to which team can execute their game plan coming into this final game. Drexel up 2-1, seeing if Shadow can take another game off Drexel and force a game 5, or if Drexel is able to close it out here coming into this one.
indeed. And it seems like this game we're getting a more standard 5-point start. No invades like we had in game 2 or like we had in game number 3. But we're definitely going to, or in game 1 I mean, but we're definitely going to be looking to see again how these teams utilize the priority that they get in these lanes. Galio and Lucian is a very strong 2v2 lane. I don't think there's a lot that they can really do against the Braum, but it's definitely something to keep an eye out for. A little bit of poke going on to the Sejuani. She's going to shrug it off by walking back to their jungle. There's a good thumbs up from Okami. He landed one of those 5 charges, but he's definitely happy that one of them hit.
Yeah, definitely. So the interesting thing here is that Shadow is definitely known for being an early game team, right? Ooh, nice little trade coming out of Rao here on her card, Hiraki. But Shadow's known for being an early game team. I'm interested to see how they perform whenever they actually don't have priority in any of their lanes, right? Because I feel like they're a team that thrives off being able to duel the enemy jungler and know that they have the faith that their laners have priority, and they're able to actually come and assist Selfish King whenever it's necessary. But I don't think they can actually hold priority in any of these 3 lanes. Lucian Galio can just shove the wave with Galio Q on the back line. It's ranged into melee in both of the other 2 matchups, which is always super hard for the solo laners to hold priority. So I'm just interested to see what kind of adaptations we're going to be seeing here coming out of the pathing, maybe from Selfish King, and seeing how they can work around it.
Agreed. We have a little bit of trading going back and forth in the bot lane. You know, just a couple of auto attacks being traded. Braum's like, no, you can't hit me for free. I'm going to slap you in the face with my shield. And there's a big trade going on mid lane.
It's a good trade for Cairo.
Cairo definitely comes out ahead on the Akali there. So we have a little bit of trading going on everywhere on the map. These players are not scared of bloodshed, and it is very apparent through the way that they're playing out in these games. So again, taking another look at this, Ziggs top. He has a 4 CS lead right now, but that's mainly because Aatrox wasn't able to get to the back part of the wave, but he again has very low mobility. Jarvan is looking to invade the top side jungle with the Sejuani being there. And he steals away the red buff. Sejuani has the flash. I'm pretty sure she dies here, actually. And she does go down. First blood to the Jarvan. And this might even be a second kill onto the Aatrox. The W lands and pulls Jarvan off of him. But that is definitely not what you wanted to see. She just walked in there. I'm pretty sure Selfish King had smite, and he just did not smite the buff unless that just now came off of cooldown.
I think he actually smited it early. I don't know. I'd have to go. That's what I think happened.
Okay. But now Jarvan takes away the Raptors, takes away the big one, which is the most important part of the experience. He's just gonna walk at Sejuani. He can't really do anything to try to counteract this. Nothing that he can really do. It's like a very poor decision to try to walk at him and trade autos with this jungler. His Akali does have priority and is roaming over, but Talia is quick to follow. And that is going to be the end of that. Uncharacteristic starting and getting getting punished very hard on the side of Life Essence.
Yeah, so that was actually just a super interaction that we just saw on the top screen, right? Where Hiraki actually was able to land the W onto the Ziggs, but he's able to actually put his satchel charge down and then just blast himself out of it. So I think maybe that's something that they actually have been thinking about and like working on to actually play specifically into this matchup, because it's something that I didn't think about at first whenever I saw this. But now after seeing it, it makes sense. And you also see that it's able to just generate a rather large CS lead. So I'm interested to see how the rest of this laning phase plays out for the Ziggs.
The main things they're going to have to keep in mind, though, is that if Ziggs gets all in with Sejuani being in the vicinity, he's more than likely dead.
Yeah.
Bot lane on the side of Life Essence is allowing themselves to be pushed in. They don't want to get traded on by the Lucian. The bot lane of Drexel should definitely be looking to attempt to freeze the wave if they could, but I don't think that they will.
I think they're just looking for a reset here.
I think they're looking for a reset, but they definitely aren't punishing hard enough. Now the Aatrox is on him, but again, the SAMSO charge allows him to walk right away. And, you know, bot lane on the side of Drexel looking for the reset. Sejuani being traded on in top river. She is 1 CS down on Jarvan. She's equal in levels, but she definitely doesn't want to interact with him because she is definitely behind in gold. Any interaction will definitely, or more than likely, lead to her death. And I need to see, you know, more play around the bot side in this game because, you know, it's very easy to counter gank a Galio. He has to commit a lot of his body to an engage, unlike the Braum who can, like, be a little bit more hands-off, throw the Q, see if it hits, see what comes, see who comes poking their heads out of the bushes after it hits. Galio has a Justice Punch directly on top of the other AD carry, and that can lead to a lot of counter ganking potential.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think Shadow's just looking. Oh, here's that engage onto.
Here is an engage onto.
Oh, this is a. Does he kill him?
Does he kill him? He
Wow.
does. He missed the kill, the 1v2 solo kill from Kairos Akali. Don't mess with the twin Shadow herself. That is definitely not what you want to see happening in the mid lane. And he canceled the Sassel charge. The trades coming out all across the map are very promising for Shadow, showing signs of life even after their jungler getting a little bit more punished in the early game. He's able to do a lot. They're ganking mid. I believe that this is more than likely a dead Talia. I don't know what she used her flash on earlier, but she does not have it now, and she goes down quickly.
Yeah.
That is
so
2 kills onto the Akali.
Yeah, this is where things start to actually get a little bit out of hand in this mid lane matchup, right? So Cairo himself is sitting on about 1,300 gold right now. So he goes back. He's probably able to finish his Bridgewater Cutlass, able to pick up a Hextech Revolver, or maybe he can just opt in for the short shoes so he can roam around the map a little bit more. But he is going to be able to do some pretty gnarly things against the mid laner for Drexel right now as we get an engage from Rajan on the bottom side of the map. But SAMSO just flashes and he's able to get out of it nice and easily.
But that is still a flash blown coming into level 6 for both of these bot lanes. Jarvan can look to dive. He is level 5. They do have the Galio ultimate coming up a little bit soon, pretty soon in these waves. Sejuani is 6 on the top side, and probably more likely looking to gank this Talia in the mid lane, and she is right up on her actually. But it looks like Talia's just gonna walk away. Sejuani's going to look to invade the top side, get a little bit of vision down. She wards the Pixel Brush, and then attempts to walk away. But it looks like Akali is about to get 1v1, or get the 1v1 solo kill. And there is a Jarvan caught out in the river who gets flashed on. He has to burn his flash, does not have his flag and drag available anymore. He uses it, and there is the long-range engage that can happen from the comp of Lifeless and Shadow, and all they do is they get the flashes out, which are very important in terms of keeping this bot lane stable and even for trading their ultimates out.
Yeah, definitely, and it's also pretty key here that we actually were able to burn the flash. So this is a revisible lane for Selfish King whenever he does get his ultimate back up. Which is pretty big here. Another thing is that also on the top side of the map, Aatrox actually, if you notice, was able to burn the flash off of the Ziggs. So this is now a flashless Ziggs in the top side of the map when Selfish King
Did he also get a solo kill?
Up. Oh, he did. Wait,
he also got a solo kill, and now he's just dead. And here is the Akali here to assist his demon top laner.
What?
And
wow, would you look at that?
And look at the attempt to get a solo kill here, but he burns his flash. He's going to take one more tower shot. Akali's coming down, but here comes the Jinx Rocket. Is it going to connect? It does not. It's very far off its mark, but here's an Akali coming into the side of the lane. She has her flash. Her ultimate is up in about 10 seconds, so all Talia can do is walk right around and head to her tower. She has to recall here. If she stays too long, I'm pretty sure Akali 1v2s, and that is not what they want to set themselves up to get.
Jarvan's waiting.
Jarvan is waiting to give over a double double kill, it looks like, because this is not going to go very well. I know that for a fact. They are looking to trade. Akali is very, very strong, and that is 1 kill. And Talia is lucky that she is out of range, because Akali did have the second part of her ultimate up to secure the second.
I think she could went for it. She had flash ulti. So like, what, you flash Q ulti through auto attack? Don't you just die with an electrocute proc right there?
She doesn't have electrocute up after trading on the Jarvan, so I don't think. I think it's still good to just stay tempered in that situation and not go for the ballsy play, because that's the quickest way to throw your 400 gold shutdown. And you know, last game we had, you know, Dano popping off. This time it looks like it's Cairo. These players have finally have the fire lit up under them, and they are ready to play this series. We are looking at this point. It looks like we're going to get to a game 5, because the gold lead that they have at this point is 2,000 gold at 11 minutes, which is pretty comparable to the last time, but they are just, and look at Drexel trying to get a cheese bush gang, but they aren't even on the same page as Shadow, who are just looking to start to get priority over this dragon, get vision control in the river. But Drexel is still waiting down here. I don't think this is a good idea. It looks like Sejuani is starting the dragon. She's going to solo it. I don't think that even if they get these kills, it's worth it. Jinx and them aren't really going to look to come out from under the tower. I don't know. And they go early a little. They go a little early, but the Jinx should die here. Yeah, she does die to the hero's entrance, but it still looks like more or less there's a solo kill happening again in the mid lane, and Cairo is popping off. And it also looks like this on the side of Shadow that they're also going to be able to take the dragon and then come up behind them bottom. There's a Sejuani. Sejuani is known to do a lot of damage for a tank. There's also an Akali coming down, and Sejuani does have her ultimate. Galio's looking to Justice Punch and sacrifice himself. So Sejuani lands a tackle into Jarvan, and Jarvan dies immediately after. No stun, no CC required. Akali doesn't even get a chance to get any of the kills that she came down there to get, and they are just going to shove these waves into the bot lane tier 1 tower of Drexel, and are looking to get a lot of plating out of this as well. Akali was looking to get a dive off if anybody stayed, but everybody goes ahead and flees back to their base. And then looking at the top lane, this Aatrox is like, you know what, I want a blue buff, but he can't exactly take it right now. He's very far ahead of the Ziggs, but you know, there are still 2 people there. He's not that far ahead. If he were Akali, perhaps he could have still said, you know what, this blue is still mine, and maybe one of you, and maybe one of your lives as well. But in this type of situation, it's good to play safe.
Yeah, definitely. I think the really interesting thing here is that the Ziggs pick this. I mean, it clearly isn't working. I was okay with it at first. I wanted to see how it would pan out, but I don't think it was the choice here. I think they definitely had to go with a different direction to try and sub them out here in game 4. Maybe they're feeling a little bit nervous. Maybe they feel like they've got to pull out some picks that maybe Shadow has never been played against or, you know, prepped for, but I don't think that's the way it is. Drexel was doing good in the first 2 games. I would like to see him revert back to what they did game 1 and game 2 and go back to that sort of a strategy, because it seemed to be working for him. And this one is just not panning out very well.
Yeah, it's looking like they're picking more early game. It seems like the roles have been reversed, and they aren't going to ban away the Jinx. They didn't see it as the problem factor in last game. They saw that problem factor and being the Thresh, and Thresh is gone, but there's a large amount of protection for the Jinx in the Braum. Like, you have to get by the Braum to get to the Jinx. The amount of attack speed he's going to put out is going to be basically similar to if Braum had a Lucian with him in the later form stages of the game, and that is going to be very scary, where the entire enemy team of Drexel wants to dive onto the back, or wants to dive onto Jinx, and if Braum is standing in the way and is able to ult them and heal properly, they'll all just get stunned and die very quickly, especially when she gets Runaan's Hurricane.
Yeah, this Jarvan is so far behind. He is 2 levels down. Like, he's been sitting in these bushes. He's 1-3-1. Like, not even... I think he needs to give up on this, right? Like, maybe it's their only way of actually getting back into the game, but I don't see, like, how this is just smart for him. He needs to try to farm up. He needs to try to close the gap on this Sejuani, because he's still... Look at this.
He's still trying to come down bottom, but they see them in the lane with the sweeper. He's not getting anything done. He is... I would say that this is what Tilt looks like, boys and girls. But... You know, Tilt happens and affects every player differently, but they're definitely just losing out on a lot of gold. Sejuani is counter jungling. She's killing her own jungle. She's also farming and taking out a lot of the jungle objectives. She soloed the first dragon of the game while Jarvan was attempting to make that play. You know, he's waiting around in the bot lane bush, and now she's going to go ahead and take the top Rift Herald, which is also very important to pushing tempo. You know, especially with all that waiting around Jarvan's doing, Shadow has managed to accrue a 2k gold lead, and it's only going to increase when they drop this Herald.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a super good pickup. I really like the way they actually used it in Game 3. That looked like a proactive play with the Rift Herald. I'm hoping to see something else like that as we get into Engage. A flash coming out of both. Oh my god.
Both have the flash, but there's a lot of things going down, but that does not matter. They committed all that damage into Sejuani's passive, and she takes basically no damage with both that and Aftershock active. And now they're just gonna go ahead and pop the Herald mid. These are the Heralds I wanted to see going into the first and the other game, and now Akali just goes ahead and initiates the tower dive and then sees herself right out, and they get the first mid tower down. They did not get the first tower of the game. That went over to Drexel, but they are still pushing the tempo very hard. They are 3k gold up now, and it's about to be a little bit more because Akali is topside, looking to probably get a little bit of damage on the top tower to make it a little bit easier for the Jinx when she rotates up there to take that tower down as well.
Do you think they actually... I think the Jinx stays mid lane here, and they just start to go straight into the 1-3-1. Who can answer this Aatrox and Akali right now? There's no one on the side of Drexel
That is very true.
Close to it. Like, I think they just need to stick to their guns, go with the 1-3-1. They allow Aatrox and Akali to just do their thing in the side lanes, play safe around their vision, and just their solo laners are just better. Like, there's no other way to put it.
But they're putting all their solo laners bottom really quickly because they want to get this dragon. They do not want to give up any objectives. I am happy that it seems like they may or may not have been listening to the cast about objective control, because they are definitely turning it up a lot in these games. And this dragon is going to end up being theirs unless Jarvan can steal it. But if Jarvan goes in, he loses his life for an ocean, which I don't think is a fair trade. And he also agrees on that and decides to walk off and give that one up. Talia is split pushing top lane. She's trying to get top tier 1 down for them. But there's a lot of standing gold for the side of Shadow in these towers. All they have to do is rotate to take them, leave a wave clear option in the mid lane, have Braum float around the Jinx while she's in the mid lane wave clearing, and send Sejuani and Akali, or Sejuani and Aatrox, into these side lanes. Grab these towers up, increase this gold lead so that SAMSO on this Jinx can get a lot more gold into his system and can rush quicker into these items.
Yeah, definitely. I would really like to see them start doing that. So I know you said you really liked how they took the Ocean Drake, and I think it's really good for the 1-3-1 style compositions, but I almost would have rather them conceded the Ocean Drake so that way they could have pushed down and got some towers onto the top side of the map. I don't think the Ocean Drake necessarily is as relevant for them as it would have been to get an influx of gold and maybe taking 1 or 2 of the towers in the other 2 lanes. So it's definitely worth it, but interesting to see where their priorities lie, which is around the dragons, maybe hoping to scale into the late game a little bit better.
Yeah, but this Ziggs is now just losing the side lane matchup into this Aatrox. That wave started up next to their to Life as in Shadows tier 2 tower and is now up on the tier 1 of Drexel, and the Akali just waiting in the wings top lane, trying to see if anybody walks up to try to contest these top waves so she can get another kill into her pocket. And she's definitely trying to force her lead a lot harder, and that's a very smart play to just wait around and see what happens. Sejuani is now face to face with her early game killer, but she is definitely a lot stronger at this point. She's level 11 and he is level 9.
Yeah, I really don't know what this J4 was doing during the early game. Like, you can't just sacrifice yourself that much. I mean, I understand that you're willing to sacrifice damage and go into the tanky build, that's fine. But if you're 2 levels down and you're the same level as your support, you're basically just a glorified engage tool. You press R on somebody and then you do nothing the rest of the game. And maybe that's what your plan was to be before, but you would at least like to be able to survive. And being 2 levels down is just never going to allow you to do that.
Yeah, so Sejuani is so far ahead now. She's about to get into her Warmogs, and right after that, all she needs is a Ruby Crystal to proc Warmog's heart. And at that point, all this poke that'll come out of Talia and out of the Ziggs can definitely just be eaten by the Sejuani and blocked from her Jinx so that she can just pop off. Jinx is down 40 CS, but she still is at 1.5 items. In any given team fight, I still think that she does more damage than the Lucian at this point in the game. As long as she lands 1 or 2 crits, the team fight can be decided, but she also doesn't have to deal all the damage, right? Her Akali is very strong. Her Akali is about to get a solo kill in the top lane. He pops, and he pops him very quickly. I couldn't even catch my breath enough to try to cast that 1v1, and that doesn't even really count as a 1v1. It looks like he just killed a piece of farm in the lane. He's looking to, again, get more damage on this top tower. He's just sitting here. He's had this control ward in this bush for the past 5 minutes and has just been waiting in the wings for anybody to come up.
Yeah, that is a word of longevity if I've ever seen one. I just think Drexel rotated their bot lane to the top side of the map to make sure that they can't lose this tower. But I think in this case, they're just delaying the inevitable. And I think they almost want to give up these 2 outer towers at this point and let the waves just to continue to come into them. So that way they can just farm up and hopefully get back into this game. Like, this Talia is so far behind. Like, Ziggs is so far behind. I don't really know how they can keep playing this game as Hiraki just says, oh, this tower's mine.
He faked his recall in order to get this tower. Ziggs throws an ultimate to kill the wave to keep him from pushing towards the next one. But the main thing I want to see come out is like this bot lane from Drexel is staying top to defend a very low HP tower. I would like to see a shove come out of Shadow, shove down the mid lane, get that priority, and then rush up top lane for a tower dive. They need to close. I would like for them to close out this early game a lot faster. Of course, we're about to pass the end game timer for game number 4, but I feel like this game also could have ended about that, or should be ending in about the next 6 minutes or so if Shadow can push the tempo. They definitely need to be tower diving this top lane tower to get rid of it. I mean, Aatrox is going to be able to push a lot further into the bottom side of the map, so they're going to have to pull a lot more off of top side to defend the more important towers in the tier 2s. Shadow's also going to be able to take this second Ocean Dragon, which helps with the sustain, basically making Aatrox unkillable and unthreatened by the Ziggs alone. And Akali, having the sustain and the extra energy regen that it also gives is also going to be helpful. Is also going to be helped by this in a lot of ways. Like, she is very strong and can kill just about anybody by herself, and most of the time when it comes down to having multiple opponents, you can see that even though there's 2 of them topside the bot lane duo of Drexel, they're still scared of flashing and taunting the Akali, because I'm pretty sure they still die.
Yeah, and see, this is also the other interesting thing I've noticed in the game. This is a new look Life Essence Shadow, right? We've seen them in the first 3 games try to hammer it home in the early game and just take fights. That's going to be a trade-in onto the Jarvan. I don't think anything's going to come of it. Okay, back to what I was saying. This is a Team Shadow that has looked so much more calm. They're willing to wait it out. They're willing to just play the 1-3-1 in the slow macro game. And that's the adaptation that you like to see.
And Jarvan's getting flanked by the Aatrox. He has to blow his flash, or he would have died. Talia with the seismic shove onto the Aatrox doesn't do a lot of damage, but they're going to get a Demolish Proc off in this tower, and they're going to just go ahead and dash away. Their minions are all gone. They're all relatively low. I believe that if there was a team fight to take, that was a team fight for Drexel to take, Sejuani being really low, but her Warmogs is kicked in, and she is going to be back to being nice and healthy in about 2 seconds, especially after killing these Raptors.
So something that we're looking here is that Jinx is about to hit reset, right? And she's actually not that far behind on the...
Not anymore. She's caught up in the CS differential.
She's sitting on 2.2k. So she went back and fully bought the rest of her Runons in another Zeal, as we see Kylo trying to go for the solo kill. Able to just get out by using his ultimate right there.
He
Good
just
play out
gotta
of Gyro.
walk himself away. He wanted to attempt a solo kill. If that Lucian was alone, he definitely would have had it, but the Galio has been shadowing him the entirety of this game, so there's not a lot to, you know, really, there's not a lot of blame that can be put on him for not being able to succeed there, but the top lane tier 1 tower is very low. Again, I want to reiterate the fact that I think that Shadow should look to dive that, because sending a lot of their members up there, especially now this Runaan's Hurricane Jinx, there's not a lot that, you know, that Drexel can really do to stop them, and Jinx is now in the top lane. You know, they don't have the mid priority right now, but I think that that Aatrox should be the one going to go get that, and it looks like he is. And you know, the 2v2 between these bot lanes, there's no way there's no way Lucian can stop the Jinx from taking this tower. As Kali is now in the bottom lane, because they're more than likely playing towards this next dragon. They get the top tower. They should be using this terrain gain that they get, the amount of map priority that they get off of taking this tower to get more vision into the blue side jungle of Drexel, so they can prep for this Baron.
Yeah, definitely. And they're sitting at about a 4K gold lead now. So they're well on in ahead. Akali almost has her death cap. She needs about 350 more gold to go back and buy that. And by about that time, everybody should be ready.
It looks like there might be a fight in the top lane of the map. Braum misses his Q. Aatrox is flanking. The Jarvan is all by himself. He gets knocked up and he is blown to smithereens very quickly by the Jinx rocket. Baron is on the table, and I think that this is where the nail in the coffin for this game starts to get hammered in.
Yeah.
It looks like Drexel wants to fight for this. Talia is flanking. She gets knocked up. Hiraki is now very low on the Aatrox. Galio flash taunts. He hits one person, but he's not doing any damage because, of course, he is support Galio. That is one kill going over to Shadow. The Akali is flanking. There's not a lot that they can do to her, but at least Drexel has dissuaded them from doing the Baron.
They can still
but they can still fight this. Jinx is still here. There's up to the TP in from the Aatrox. TP's behind, and now it looks like they can do the Baron, but they will not start it. They can just reset. Akali's waiting in the wings on the top side. She is very low. She's looking for this Lucian. She still has her ulti.
That's a dead Lucian, right?
That's a dead Lucian.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a Hero's Entrance coming out of Galio. Wards off the Akali. You might actually see Selfish King falling over to the Galio taunt.
But there's a flash, Braum jump shield to save him. So this is definitely an in-form Shadow right now. They are playing together. They aren't playing as a part or separated as it seemed like they were playing in the first game, right? Like this is far better in the last 2 games than they were playing in the first 2. And that's what you'd like to see if you want your team to reverse sweep, right? Like that's what you want to see if you're looking to hear Silver Scrapes. And they are getting their 3rd ocean of the game. The regeneration on this team is legitimately insane at this point. The opposing team has, like, their laners are very far behind. They have an 0-2 Ziggs, who has the exact same amount of gold, or still at a gold deficit compared to the Aatrox. Their Jarvan is 1-5-1 compared to 1-1-5 and is down 50 CS. Their mid laner is 0-6 and compared to the 6-0 Akali. And then, you know, bot lanes are still relatively even, but when you take into consideration the type of items, the type of champions being played, Jinx is definitely farther ahead than Lucian.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see Lucian even decided to go a little bit more defensive. I'm dying. Alright. Lucian had to actually pick up a QSS because he has to be worried about things like a Braum and a Sejuani, where Jinx is a little bit more free of that. Like, the only thing she really has to worry about is the Galio taunt. And if she's really ever inside of a range of a Galio taunt, she's already mispositioned to begin with. And SAMSO characteristically doesn't really misposition. So he's able to itemize a lot more offensively, and he's able to be dealing a lot more damage in these team fights. So you just see Team Shadow right now trying to get some vision around this Baron again. And I think they could just basically start this whenever they want, right? Like, this Jinx just probably does so much damage on 3 items with a Mountain Drake.
Yeah, she is a 3-item Jinx. She opted to not go for the Phantom Dancer, though. I think that's a little bit too risky, a little too hyphy in my opinion. There's a lot of burst damage that can come out and immediately delete her off the map.
It's SAMSO.
I understand that, but it's still something that can happen. And if she dies, the chances of Drexel being able to win go shoot up significantly, right? You definitely want her to be able to survive, because if she has Triumph in her runes, being able, like, that 600 or 350 HP shield that it is right now is something that's very worth to her in this current situation. Something that she definitely wants to have, since that's basically a fourth of her HP bar that she just gets to have back to protect herself with. But if he can stay all the way in the back lane and can just be uncontested, the amount of pot shots that he can land with this rune end to just poke down the front line or the back line potentially of Drexel is very high.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, the Jinx to go. So. Oh, I'm sorry. So the Jinx actually elected to go with Overheal this game over Triumph.
Okay.
Which I think is the smart choice here, especially if you're itemizing for a Vamp sector. So she will have a little bit extra health, some pseudo health, if you might add, in the shield for the Overheal that she has. So I do like that. We do see a couple of completed items over on the side of Life Essence Shadow. We do now have a death cap coming in for the Akali. We're sitting at 3 items in a Spirit Visage, so this healing and the sustain on the Aatrox is insane as we get a dive coming in.
A dive going into Okami. He is dead again, but this time to a new killer. No! Cairo comes back in and says, no, this is my lane. This is my mid laner. This is my kill. We have a fight going on top like Galio lands a 3-man taunt, or a 2-man taunt rather, but all the damage, all the taunting that he can do, the Jinx is unhit and undenied. All of this damage, she's just going to clean everyone up and they all die, and that is going to be the Baron.
And quite honestly, like, this is starting to get really, really bad now for Drexel. Like, you're probably gonna go down drop a second game here in this series. This is a dead Ziggs. There's no way Akali doesn't pick up this kill, right? Oh, nah, she got it. Okay. They're a triple Ocean Drake team. They just took an inhib, and Hiraki now gets the reset.
They're taking mid tier 2, they're taking top tier 2. They're claiming all of their gold. Like, they just took Baron, and their Baron power play has just started, and it's already amounted to about 2.5k gold, and that's insane.
Yeah, so they get the bottom inhibitor now. They take the mid. I think they're just looking to end the game.
And there's a tower dive going into the into the mid lane, but Okami manages to get out, but the top lane inhibitor is going to go down. The bot lane inhibitor is already down. Drexel's looking to try to engage this. They're trying to get onto the Jinx. The flash 3-man taunt is huge, but it does not matter. Jinx is not being hit by anybody else. The Jarvan tries to come in behind him, but it is a tank Jarvan, not a damage Jarvan. Jinx is basically full HP still, and she is not going down at all. Aatrox is still in the bot lane, ending the game as we speak. Jinx is walking into the base with her huge minion wave and saying, this is my base, and this is going to be the end of game 2 in a few seconds, or game 4 rather, in a few seconds, in favor of Life Essence Shadow. This is going to be the second death onto Selfish King. He's like, you know what, I don't have to hit this Nexus, I'll smack this Tilly around a little bit instead.
Yeah, definitely. And this is 2 games back to back where Shadow has outplayed, outclassed, out-macroed Drexel in every single category. These have been 2 hard stomps. We saw a 22-minute roll of Drexel, and then we saw a methodical surgical extraction for 34 minutes into the game where they played a slow-paced macro 1-3-1 style composition, and there was just nothing that Drexel could do. Like, I want to know, where do you think Drexel goes for game 3, Soul?
I think Drexel needs to go back to how they were winning their first 2 games, right? They need to find a way to get some late game power into their team composition, because right now they're drafting around early game, they're drafting around mid game, and a lot of their champions that surrounded their Ezreal in the last game, right, weren't as powerful as they should have been to work with that champion, right? And that's, like, or in later phases of the game, and that's their main issue right now. Like, the side of Life Essence Shadow, they're drafting things that can support their Jinx. They're drafting things like Nuna. They're drafting things like Sejuani, things like Braum and Thresh that can just take over the game or just support their AD carry enough to keep them ahead in the game, right? And
Yeah.
and if you look at this damage chart, no one's doing a lot of damage, right? They're just killing everybody when they do the damage, right? And that's the biggest thing about this team composition that wasn't coming from, or you weren't seeing out of Drexel's team composition. They were doing a lot of damage, as you can clearly see, but they aren't killing anybody. They ended the game with only 4 kills, right? And that's insane for the amount of damage that they were doing. And, you know, that just goes to show that when it comes to, you know, you can trade all game, sure, but if you're not able to close out those kills when you take those trades, and the other team is, you're just going to inevitably lose.
Yeah, definitely. I really agree with you. I think Drexel needs to go back. They need to say, okay, we're fine with farming it out. We're fine with playing a slow game as well. They need to not try to be this early game aggressive team. They need to pray that Shadow doesn't ban Karthus, because if that's open, I think that they have a very good chance. And I think they just need to scale into the late game. I think Shadow's adaptation throughout this best of 5, though, has been really, really good. They've recognized where the picks were. They recognize that outside of this Vlad and Victor, to be honest, their solo laners have looked quite weak, right? Those were 2 very flexible picks for them. And I think that taking those 2 away, making sure either A, you take them on your side, or B, you just deny it altogether in the draft, has been the right call.
Agreed. Well, now that we're done with this game, there is a song that you guys have all been waiting to hear coming into Game 5, and we will see you guys in 5 after we play Silver Scrapes. I'd like to see you guys all here when we get back. Enjoy the break.
Welcome to a world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to a war we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise.
And click, and we are in for game number 5 of the UML Division 3 Finals. Life is in Shadow versus Drexel, and they are starting it off with the one thing that they never want to see ever again, and that is Karthus.
Man, it's so sad. Like, this is a really good out of Shadow. Like, they need to ban that. I expect to first pick Vladimir here, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we see them taking away the Victor in the banning phase, and then we see them pick the Vlad, which is another Drexel flex pick. That's something that I really like to see coming out of them. Drexel, again, taking away the Thresh, taking away Lucian, and then still Silas, which has been perma-banned from Cairo the entirety of this game. But the interesting thing here is that they still aren't worried about this Jinx that Samso has been playing so well.
That is really interesting, considering they're just locking in the Ezreal here. They aren't even taking the Jarvan Galio, and it seems like they've just given up because if Shadow takes Jarvan Galio here, that is going to be rough. Putting the entire enemy team into a box, serving them up on a silver platter to your Jinx is going to be incredibly rough. But it looks like Drexel is going to go ahead and lock in this Galio.
Yeah, definitely. I actually think you don't even take the Jarvan, right? Like, has Jaching really even looked that good on the Jarvan? I think you bait them or leave the Jarvan open,
And
allow
take the
them to
Nunu
take
and the
that
Jinx. I think
Yeah.
you take Nunu and Jinx here. Exactly. I feel like that's the better play. They're grabbing the Nunu. They hovered the Jinx, but they're grabbing the Nunu. They should also take the Jinx here too as well, because they don't want to give that chance to be banned. And that is this is the exact same first 3 picks that they had in the other draft for these games. So definitely looking on the right path to win this series. Like, this is definitely not the type of draft you want to see coming out of here. Why are you banning Lucian as Drexel? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Lucian didn't win the mini games, but Jinx has won them too, and you decide to hand her right back over to them yet again. But this time they're gonna go ahead and take the Jax. Some things that, this is a very good champion for the top laner of Drexel. It's definitely one of his more picked champions. It's one of his better champions. But there are a lot of counter picks to the Jax still open. Kayle is open currently. She does relatively well into that champion. Alistar is going to be banned here because they want to get rid of some of the initiation that can follow up after the Nunu goes in. But in terms of top lane matchup, Kayle is open. Sion is still open, which it does pretty well into the Jax in terms of the split. Akali is open in terms of that. What else is there? There's Aatrox as well. Darius as well is still open in terms of just for that specific matchup. Urgot is still up as well, and I don't think you really want to leave Urgot up when you're trying to pick Jax so that he can split push. Yorick is also still open here. Jax is definitely Jax is definitely a traditional counter to that champion, but if they're able to get him ahead, there's really nothing that Jax can do in later phases of the game to win that matchup when it comes to ghouls and the maiden pummeling him, while even if he's hitting on the Yorick at the same time. But it looks like Drexel's gonna go ahead and grab the Elise coming out of these ban phase. Their Jarvan is off the table. They have to take something else with early game priority so they can attempt to get this Ezreal ahead or attempt to get this Jax ahead as well. But it's definitely weird here, though.
Yeah, so definitely, this is something that we haven't seen out of Chichin yet, and this is a Malphite.
This is
This
a
is exactly
Malphite
what I actually
hover.
was about to talk about. This is arguably one of the hardest counters to Jax in the game. There's nothing that that Jax can do ever to Malphite in the
And they
game.
lock in Malphite top lane. This is going to be painful for the side of
Oh.
Drexel coming into mid-game team fights, going out of laning phase. This is a rock solid draft
So I
coming
think
out of Shadow, pun intended.
Oriana here. I think you've seen Oriana here. Oh wait, never mind. I'm trolling.
Yeah,
We
you
need
are
to pick a
trolling.
support.
They definitely need
I'm
the
lying.
Leona. This game is going to be fast, and it is going to be painful for Drexel. And unless they can find some way to get a lot of peel in on this last pick, because they have no disengage, but they're going to go ahead and take the Oriana. They have a couple of ball delivery systems that they can use, but the amount of sheer engage coming through Shadow's draft, the flanking from Vladimir, the heads up roll straight at you from Nunu, Malphite pressing R and you cannot dodge it if you are not Ezreal, and Leona is just going to press R as well and you're just going to die. The enemy team is going to get run down very hard if they don't get ahead early, or even if they do get ahead early, the scaling power in terms of 5v5s that can happen in terms of this team comp is just insane. Jax can't really ever 1v1 the Malphite if he gets a Thorn. If he gets a Thorn mail in the side lane and he builds even slight amounts of AP, Jax is just gonna cry every time he walks up and tries to hit him, and that's gonna be very bad. I feel like Malphite this game is also gonna be taking an Abyssal Mask to help both him and his Vladimir, his Nunu, and his Leona this game. That's definitely what's going to happen in this type of situation, I believe, in terms of build. And there's not a lot that they can even do on the side of Drexel if they get 5v5 engaged. This draft looks abnormally poor coming out of these later phases of these games. Like they don't take a very strong jungler. Their top laner as you know, being a good champion for their player, right? Their champion doesn't really do that much with the allotted counter picks that were still left up. Like even Mundo would do well into him because he doesn't build a lot of magicers. He wants to just build damage, and Mundo would just hit him for 30% of his health with the cleaver, right? Like a lot of the matchups that were still available up here in this situation were, you know, poor for the Jax pick in that situation, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. Like there's still I think you had to save the Jax. I think I would have rather have pick earlier on and then you save the Jax, right? If that is something that you wanted to do, maybe it gets banned out, but I think that's a dice that you had to roll here. Another thing that's interesting to note is that this Leona is the new and improved buffed Leona, the Emax Leona. This 6 seconds, I'm gonna root you every 6 seconds, Leona. You can't get away from me, Leona. This guy is going to be chasing down. They're going to be diving hard. I really, really like it. And also, like the amount of sheer engage that Shadow has, it's almost the same thing that Drexel's trying to do. They want to do this like pseudo engage, but like, what's the best that they got? Really, like leap strike into leap into counter strike into Galio. Like that's not reliable. I think what they're really looking to do is they're looking to try to spread out the map a little bit more. They take the 4-1. They allow Elise to roam around in the rivers, try to get picks in the 2 side lanes, and they see if it's capable. Now, the one thing that Shadow does have to be wary about, though, is that they need to find a way, and they need to make sure that the Jax does stay shut down. Because while Malphite is very good into Jax, the Jax, if it's able to keep Malphite stuck in its lane, or they're able to find a way to make sure the Malphite doesn't get off the ground early and the Jax has a very good time and starts to get ahead, then it could become quite problematic for Shadow, right? Because then the Malphite, this rock solid team fighter, is stuck in a side lane the entire time.
But the problem with trying to keep a Malphite stuck in the side lane when his team composition is so good at rotating, like you don't have to leave the Malphite in the side lane. Put the Vladimir there against him. Malphite can clear perfectly fine against the Oriana, and he won't be really stuck there. Jax, on the other hand, will have a very hard time fighting against the Vladimir since his counter strike does nothing to the Qs that Vladimir will be throwing at him.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm super excited to see what this Game 5 is gonna bring us, right?
I'm expecting both teams to go balls to the wall
put all the dice on the table, lay all the cards out, let everybody understand that, let everybody understand why both these teams are in the finals and see how hard they can go in this game 5. But off of this drafts and off of the way that Shadow's been playing the last 2 games, they are definitely the favorites coming into this game 5, and I really do hope that we are able to see more signs of life coming out of Drexel.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is that they do have this ticking time bomb, right? Because eventually, I just think there's nothing that you can really do to stop a Jax. Whenever this Jax, starts to scale into the late game like a monster, it is quite problematic. But overall, I think that Shadow just also still has the better scaling composition, right? I think it's still lackluster in the bottom lane because they're not taking a combat summoner when they've been consistently getting killed down there in the bottom lane. Well, I guess maybe not last game. They did very well staying alive, but it wasn't a champion like Leona. And, Leona's another champion that just goes like a Thresh does. So we could see another performance coming out of Dano where he just constantly is going in. The only thing that you have to be worried about is a quick Galio taunt off of that, which could kind of shut down anything that Dano's looking to do. But I really like what they're doing here. I think it's interesting to see that Okami's going with Ghost, though. I definitely would have rather seen maybe a heal or a heal or a teleport coming out of him. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that this game is going to be fantastic, and regardless of summoner spell choice, I hope that all these players come and bring their entirety of their A game. But I have a song I'd like to finish playing before we get into this game, and there's really not a lot to talk about before we get in here, so I'm just going to go ahead and cue the music, and we will wait until the game starts. See you guys in 2.
Reach for the summit. Visions break the one false step, lead the end. Fall higher and higher, you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you.
Alrighty then, we are coming into the loading screen for Game 5 of the UML Finals. The UML Division 3 Finals. Again, I keep always messing that up. Life Essence Shadow versus Drexel University. How are you feeling, Charlie?
Listen, You couldn't write a story like this, Soul. This is incredible. Life Essence Shadow went down 0-2 to come back and bring this to a game 5. This is what everybody wants. This is what you hope and dream for if you're an amateur competitive League of Legends player. This is their moment for both teams, not just Shadow, but also for Drexel. This is, for no pun intended, for their time to both rise up and see who can take this. Will it be Life Essence Shadow completing the reverse script and the Cinderella story, or will Drexel be able to find their footing again and take away this 5th game of this series?
Yep, and we're getting a standardized 5-point start coming into the start of this game, and we are we are looking to see how much aggression is going to be coming out of this bot lane. Like, I feel like we've seen this this Ezreal fighting against this Jinx before, and last time that did not go very well. And I want to see if they can change that, because it was, it wasn't Jinx with the Leona, and it wasn't Ezreal with the Galio. So let's see how this changes up.
Yeah, definitely. I do like it. I think this is very, very good out of Team Shadow. They're just playing defensive. They have their safe 5-point setup. They don't want any early game shenanigans to happen to them, because they do know that they've consistently just been better. Ezreal fishing for a couple of Klepto procs, but he's not going to find anything. A nice little rocket out of Jinx. I don't think there's anything else that you can get. I don't think Cairo was going to win that. He's the backup. But we both see jungle starting on the opposite maps. I'm interested. Again, I want you guys to pay close attention to how they're pathing, because it really dictates what they want to do. I think, again, Selfish King is looking to path down towards the bot side of the map. Actually,
Alright, to invade the red side.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a vertical jungle heal here, actually, which is an interesting little adaptation coming out of him, right? They're trying to force the vertical jungle, except he didn't get spotted on any wards.
I don't think he's trying to force vertical jungle. I think he just doesn't. I think he understands the root of the Elise. Elise does, blue buff, Gromp into the Scuttle Crab, and if she's doing that like how she's supposed to, he's gonna be able to take this red buff uncontested, and that's exactly what happens. And we have a fight going down the bot lane. Leona lands the E, and she flashes for the stun. Ezreal has to flash away, but he goes down to first blood, and Jinx flashes right after him, and it looks like Galio's gonna go ahead and die right here too if he does not flash, and he chooses to hold it, which is a very strange. That is a double kill on the Jinx at 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
That is SAMSO, the ADC legend himself, popping off in the bottom lane, picking up a double kill on this Jinx early on in the game. Drexels keep giving him this champion, and it is again just going to snowball out of control. I don't think there's this is just a lapse in judgment coming out of Drexel, allowing SAMSO to play this champion 3 games in a row. You saw what happened the first 2 games. What do you think?
And the Elise is caught out in the jungle, is about to get solo killed by the Jinx. Oh, he fails the flash. He goes down.
Yikes.
Very quickly.
So now this is a summonerless Elise that is never going to be allowed to duel, right? You got a summonerless Ezreal, which is going to be super easy for them to continue to abuse if he messes up one time on an arcane shift. It's just super problematic for him. The new triple buff the Elise on top of that, which puts her so far behind. This early game is exactly how you've pictured it to go, with a BF sword first back at 3 minutes and 45 seconds into the game.
And she buys herself a fairy charm, which basically makes her rockets free. And their top laner's trying to take the 1v1 against Malphite, and that is not the play that you want to be taking. Your attack speed is deleted when he presses his E key, and your movement speed runs away when he presses Q, and then he just presses W and claps those cheeks.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
This is looking very, very bad. Very, very quickly. We got Jashin coming into the mid lane. You got the pull out of Vladimir. See anything you can get out of this. Yeah, easy for Cairo to escape from. It's too
Very
experienced on
easy for
Vladimir.
Cairo to escape from. The main, like, this is just uncharacteristically poor gameplay as well. From considering the first games of the series, I feel like the mental of the players in here have definitely gone down. They aren't able to think about what they're doing as, like, how properly they were earlier on in a couple of these games, which is definitely something that you see coming out a lot more in amateur, right? Like, Drexel ahead, super hot coming out of games 1 and 2, but then in game 3, one pick turns everything, and this is going to end up being another solo kill on the top lane. He lands the Q flash E, and that is another top die scenario. You hate to see this kind of thing happen. The entire mental and the entire mental fortitude of Drexel is out of the water now. You know, and he's gonna get flashed on by this Nunu. Nunu doesn't have to do anything, and this kill is gonna go over to Vladimir. He flashes after that too. Like, this game is definitely entirely what Shadow is looking for, and at this point it's looking like they're setting up to get a perfect game as well. Everything is going according to plan. First dragon is spawned, and they're more than likely going to take it right off the spawn.
And on top of that, it's an infernal dragon, right? So, like, not only that, the dice are even in Life Essence's favor right now. They're getting an infernal dragon after being up 6-0 with a 3-0 Jinx. This Jax is just completely useless now for the rest of the game after going down 0-2. He's probably down an entire level right now. Like, things are not looking good for Drexel.
It is not looking good for Drexel, and, you know, one thing I want to say is if you're going to throw stones, you got to make sure they're going to hit. A lot of these players on both teams are, you know, or trash talking ever so slightly with each other, but when it comes down to it, it's very, like, if you, the mental capacity in this level of play for a lot of the players can't take when they're proven wrong, right? So a lot of the time I feel like it's just better to not say anything at all, and that's something that a lot of players are going to need to learn very quickly. It's something that's ignored a lot of the time, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. And on top of that, Life Essence Shadow is, you know, they've went past 3 games, right? They've seen a game 4. They've even, I think, seen a game 5, if I'm not mistaken. Drexel went 3-0, 3-0 quarters and semis. They've never went this deep into a series. They haven't played 5 games yet this split. We see Elise trying to take the duel into the Nunu. I don't think this is smart. I think he's just going to consume up. Yeah, this is bad.
And here is
really
the
bad.
Vladimir, and the illicit Elise is more than likely going to go down. Vlad, or they're going for the fight. Vlad still has pool. He's just going to go ahead and walk himself right out of here. Malphite comes right over the wall. He lands the unstoppable force, and he gets a kill for himself. The biggest snowball ever being channeled by the Nunu, and he's running into the enemy's red side jungle, but he does choose to let it go. Going into the red side, they're just going to go ahead and push down mid a little bit. There's a huge wave top lane that Jax is going to have to face tank in order to collect, and that is perfectly fine on the side of Malphite. There's engagement right now bottom. The Zenith Blade lands from Leona, and Ezreal is just going to E away. Mid lane, they're going to lose 2 tower plates, and Malphite's just going to walk himself right back top lane. And that, like, this game is...
Over?
It's very rough, and it is, like, I don't want to say it's over. There's always a way to come back into these games. Their gold lead, though, again, following the room of thumb, if you look at the gold lead and it is equal to or greater than the minute timer, the team with that gold lead is more than likely going to win. And the team with that gold lead that's edging very close to being half of 4,000, or being half of 8 minutes, which would be 4,000 gold lead, is Shadow, and that drift from the Nunu, this Orianna is gone. And here comes Elise taking a trade, but I don't think she really wants this trade. I think he's going to get a double kill if she continues to keep this up, but she's going to go ahead and say, I don't want to fight you at all. You're a big boy. I'm a little spider. I'm going to go ahead and walk away. Along with Leona roaming up in the river, like, this game is definitely far more accelerated than Drexel want. Jinx has 85 CS at 9 minutes. She has 3 kills at 9 minutes. She has her magical boots already. She had those 30 seconds ago, which is very early for this. And Jax can do literally nothing top lane. When you're trying to walk in, look at how much damage he takes from the minions every time he tries to walk in when the wave is this stacked. He can't farm. His attack speed gets less, so whenever he attempts to try to walk in and trade, he can't trade properly. And this game is just it's just everything that it seems like Drexel was used to doing has just fallen out of the window. Galio is roaming up to the top lane along with Elise because they're trying to get Malphite to commit to something so that Galio can ult, but committing this many resources to the top side of the map when I believe Dragon is going to spawn in about 30-ish or 40-ish seconds is definitely not worth it.
Yeah, definitely. I would have to agree with you there, but on top of that, like, look at what Samso just bought, right? That's an
Yes,
infinity
IE at 9 minutes and 55 seconds. This game is...
So Vladimir is about to hit level 9 as well. He's going to be on 40% CDR because he took Transcendence in his runes. So he's going to be able to actually feel like a champion now, right? This Elise is so far behind. She doesn't even have her smite. She has Moby Boots, Amtone, Hunter's Machete. Like, she's going to do nothing in any sort of 2v2 skirmish. Jax is completely in the gutter.
Elise is inside the jungle. The trade is happening with Nunu. Nunu's landing a snowball, but she's going to get rooted up and she's going to get chomped on. The Galio's coming in with the... The Galio ultimate misses everything. Nunu has to flash away. Elise has to flash away. Justice Punch misses as well. Jax roam down the river. The Orianna ult also misses. The big unstoppable force coming through from the Malphite lands on 2. The Elise immediately disappears, and it looks like the Jax is going to follow. Orianna can do nothing. She has to flash away. She's going to attempt to get the kill on the Malphite, but she cannot. The Galio is trying to trade kills onto the Vladimir, but Vladimir just Qs and heals the exact amount of auto attack damage. Right back up. The Ezreal is alone bottom, and you already know what happens to an AD carry who has no support. He gets towered over and he is taken down immediately. This is a 6k gold lead at 11 minutes into the game, and I can now firmly say that this game is over.
Listen, if I'm on Drexel, I don't know who I would be on Drexel, and I don't know who would do it, but I'm flaming some of my teammates. Something has to be happening right now, right?
Well, I don't think flame needs to be happening because I believe that that's why their mental is like this in the first place. They're exhausted. They aren't making the right decisions. And as soon as you try to place blame on one of the players on the team, that everything that might be in there and semblance of their mental just goes right out the window, right? Like they aren't communicating properly with each other at this point. You can see that in their play. We're also looking at, we're also seeing, the snowball coming in the mid lane. Snowball lands and the CC is all there, and away goes Orianna. She is deleted again. Look how much damage the Qs do for Malphite. Look how much damage the auto attacks do. He's gonna land one more Q, and he could have chased them down if he wanted to, but he's letting him live for now. And but again, back on my previous point, the main thing that you want to focus on in this game is when your team is behind, you have to figure out how to pull your team back together so that you guys can come back to the same mental state that you were in games 1 and 2. Drexel has failed to do that in this situation, which is why they're so much farther behind in this game than they were in the previous games. They are 7k gold behind at 12 minutes, and that is incredible, right? This is definitely a very large amount of gold lead, and they were ready to just kill this, and she is still dead. There's nothing that she can do. Elise is gone. Look how much damage that Jinx crit did. It did 339. Galio has barely 1,000 health, and that is a rough thing that you would see. Seeing from the enemy AD carry, seeing the kind of damage, seeing your jungler just get obliterated, seeing the enemy bot lane out of laning phase at 13 minutes. Laning phase is about to end for all lanes before, bot lane is about to get a numerous amount of plates. The gold differential, all these bot lanes is 2.4 thousand gold at 13 and a half minutes, and this is not what you want to see at all coming into this game as a Drexel fan.
Not at all. I think at this point, I don't know how you do it or what you do, because Dano and the Selfish King just get to live inside the jungle of Drexel now. I don't know how you stall this game out. You have, some sort of wave clear in Orianna, but, she's 0-5, so is it really wave clear? This is so problematic. You basically have to concede everything. And if you're a Drexel fan, you're praying that this game goes to, this is a 2v1, like if he wants to, but you're praying this game goes 50 minutes if you're a Drexel fan, right? That's the only way you can get back into this game.
I
And
mean,
then it just
even
comes up to
at that
execution.
point, you don't really get a chance to do anything, right? Malphite is going to outscale still the Jax, because when Jax can't auto attack, he can't do damage. Malphite's base damage is incredibly high. You know, the jungler of Shadow in the Nunu is going to outscale the Elise. He's a tank. He's also engaged primary and secondary, right, with Snowball and Ultimate, and you know that's very difficult to try to fight against. And then you have the Vladimir, who we all know to be incredibly strong. And here comes the team out in the mid lane. The Orion lands with a two-man shock, but it does basically no damage. She gets Zenith trapped up and dies. The Elise is forced to repel in the middle of the team fight, and she also goes down very quickly. Malphite is here as well. Jax is still waiting in top lane until he can get a chance to join a team fight that would win for his team, and they're dropping Herald in the mid lane. This is 15 minutes into the game. I believe that they're looking to end it if they can. Again, I'm going to restate my little food for thought here. If the enemy team fights you while you have Herald and you are outside of their base, you can more than likely win the game. This Herald is going to tackle this tower. This tower is going to go down very quickly. The amount of team members, and they're all huddling around their Herald to make sure that no auto attacks can go off on his eye. He's going to get one more tackle off, I believe. No, he should go down before he can tackle the inhibitor. But this is definitely problematic. Drexel is trying to run down Shadow, but I don't even think that they want to do that. There are still ultimates up. Unstoppable Force, you know, Chemo Plague are all up. He comes down here. He's coming onto Dano. He's trying to ruin the perfect game, but Dano has stopwatch, and the perfect game is still alive.
There is nothing that they can do.
Yeah, like Drexel is in a really, I mean, on top, like, I don't know, man. I just can't help but think that Selfish King has just been outclassing the enemy jungler these past 3 games. It's quite crazy. Like, he's 3 levels up. Like, that Elise just hit level 8. I don't know if you guys just saw that. She was level 7 into level 8. She was a lower level than her support. Like, this Elise, I don't know what she's doing, but it is not playing this game that we know as League of Legends.
And here comes another team fight in the mid lane. They land everything. The Orion gets deleted. And along goes with the Galio. Elise is attempting to run out. They are protecting the KDAs of their Jinx. And this is still a perfect game going into 60 minutes, 21-0. They want to flash over this wall. He's trying to keep the perfect game from happening, but he's just going to get shut down in his attempt. And he is also gone. Jinx has 500 HP, 600 HP rather, and they are looking to try to kill her to end this perfect game. And this is definitely a game that is ending very quickly. Oh no, the tower shots are being taken, and he's going to die, and the perfect game is lost. Over exaggerating or overestimating yourselves in plays ruins the perfect game for us, but you know, the KDAs are still sound anyway. 1 kill doesn't ruin a KDA. Everything else is still fine. We're still looking. The Drexel is still looking for something here in the mid lane. I don't think they're going to be able to catch up to Billy here on the Malphite. Yeah, he can always just Unstoppable Force away. They are looking to try to do something down here. They're all on the wrong side of the map. Elise is out here too, along with Oriana. They're looking to try to get something, but they are 10k gold down. But this Jax is going to get deleted. He is about to disappear. Vlad landed second Q. The Ignite is on him, taking down from the Leona. He goes down, and they stun up the Elise, and she's just trying to repel to be able to get onto Leona over the wall, but nothing happens there. 10k gold deficit at 18 minutes into the game. Mid inhibitor open. Baron has not even spawned for the first time yet. Third scuttle, or I believe it's the 4th or 5th scuttle going over to Nunu. He bites it from half HP and it dies.
Yeah, this Nunu is ahead. The Malphite is 8-0-4. Like, Jinx is almost at 3 items at 18 minutes into the game. Oriana's
we haven't engaged on the Oriana by the Nunu. He is going to pop his ultimate. She uses that to cancel it, but she almost gets hit by the zap from Jinx. Minions are the real MVP. Ezreal thinks his ultimate does damage, but he is only level 11. He still doesn't have 2 items yet. He is very far behind compared to this Jinx, who is going on 3 items at 19 minutes. She is 7-0-3.
Damn. This is this is this is a great game. Like, this is a great game of League of Legends.
Baron is going to
this
spawn in 40 seconds, by the way. Dragon is going to spawn pretty soon as well. Or what, I don't know exactly what
there
they're
it
waiting for. Here comes the emote spams. Everybody's on the screen. They're all saying hi to you lovely faces in chat. And they're like, this is our second Infernal, our fourth Infernal of the series. This game is going to be over after we take this one. We want this Baron as well. There's nothing that this enemy team can do, and we're doing this all for you. That is their words to you guys, and they are running straight from Infernal, straight to Baron. They want this fight that's going to happen here. Everybody on their team has completed their recalls. They have their items that they would have had from the last fight, and they are looking to take another.
Yeah, this is guaranteed Baron over to Team Shadow outside of some sort of crazy steal from a level 8 Elise. But you have a consume smite on a Nunu, like you can't outsmite that. You just literally give it up because Nunu can smite with a consume.
And here comes Jack. He's trying to go in. He goes in onto the Vladimir, but they just land the Jinx rocket and they both disappear. Orianna tries to steal the Baron with her shockwave, but fails. And this is definitely game. I think. I don't really think that there's anything that Drexel can really do. They don't have to reset. They just get this top tower. They get the top tier 2. He's flanking the Orianna. She's just out of her. She's out of her depth here, and gets taken down on her own side of the map where she's supposed to be safe, and she's gone. Life Essence Shadow has pulled ahead. There's nothing, but you know, again, there's nothing to be ashamed of if you are, you know, Drexel. You made it all the way to the finals, 9-0, same as, you know, Life Essence did, or 8-0 rather. And you know, you guys all played well up to this point, but there's a lot that you guys can lose. And here comes the team fight. The Ezreal all slices through the enemy team. The Jax tries to engage with Leona. He messes up. The CC goes through on everybody. The Nunu pops his ultimate, and everybody is slowed. And Jinx just gets a chance to free shoot from the sidelines, and that is going to be game. Super minions are already on the Nexus towers. This game is over quicker than the fourth one ended. A whole minute quicker, it looks like. And we are going to be able to crown our UML Division 3 champions in Life Essence Shadow with the reverse sleep, Silver Scrapes playing and all. They rose to the top of the occasion. They awoke at the end of this series in the last 3 games, and they are clearly the better team in this situation.
Yeah, this is a dream for all of the Life Essence. Now, this is what they've been working for so hard throughout the course of the season. They went 8-0 up to this point. They fell down 2 games, but they fought back through all the adversity to make the reverse sweep. The Cinderella story. This is what you hope and dream for if you're these players right now. This is what they've worked so hard for throughout the entire course of this regular season. So, guys,
So we're going to go ahead and have an interview with Life Essence Shadow, our UML D3 champions, in just a couple of minutes, or in just a couple of seconds here. If you guys have any questions that you guys would like for us to ask them in for you guys, just make sure that you guys are typing them in chat. We'll try to read through all the questions. If you guys end up typing too fast, because there are quite a few of you guys in here, chat can definitely go pretty fast with 38 of you guys in here. So we are going to go ahead and move into that right now.
Unless we need to do it earlier or later.
Okay, that's fine.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
Interview.
How are you guys doing today? You guys are the champions of the UML Division 3 after a long, grueling 5-game series. I would like to hear from you guys one after the other. How do you guys feel that you guys performed in the series? How do you guys feel about those games? Starting with Billy.
I feel like the top laner was like kind of dumpstering me early, but then every time I got counter pick, or I don't know, I think the series we played really well. Like even the games I played where I performed not up to expectations, my team really stepped it up. So I was really proud of my team. I think we had, oh man, the first 2 games were rough, but we just showed like when we played comps that we've actually been like practicing, and not to say the first 2 drafts were not comps we didn't practice. It's just like it really showed like our hard work, because we've been working really hard to make sure we get here. So I'm really proud of my team today, and I'm really glad that this. I'm really glad this really good top laner played my pick Jax in the last game because I got to show him what happened when you pick Jax.
All right, those are a lot of very kind words to the rest of your team. Corbin, how do you feel about this series?
I mean, we just kind of showed that we had the stronger mental. Like, we lose 2 games in a row and we recover. We take charge of the situation. We win the game. We win 3 games in a row. They mentally broke down by the last game. On top of that, better jungler won the series, I guess, didn't they? Also, never 50-50.
I would also like to agree that better jungler won the series, and never. I would also like to agree on it's a never a 50-50 as well. Okay, going into the next player, Cairo, how do you feel about the series?
I feel like I played really well for majority of the series. Game 1 was my shaky game, and I feel like I played consistently. I played to help accelerate my team's advantages, even though in the call game I completely smurfed on them. Never ganked my lane ever again, you goddamn. Never mind. I want to address one thing I saw in chat real quick. Don't talk about farm difference when he's down 3 kills. Thank you.
Yikes! The trash talk coming in out of the post game. Okay, going into the next player, bot lane, Samso. I'm not gonna do that. But going into the next player, Samso, how do you feel about this series? You were definitely one of the bigger, more standout parts of the game in the later parts of the series on that Jinx, which definitely led to some exciting moments. But how do you feel that you performed throughout the entirety of that series?
Felt pretty good. I think when we went into these games today, our goal was to mess around with the enemy team. We wanted to make sure that they had false hope. So for the first 2 games, we decided to draft the weirdest possible composition into them, so that they can win a couple of games.
Are you admitting to sandbagging on stream?
Huh?
Are you admitting to sandbagging on stream?
Cut the tape. Cut the tape.
All right, so Dano, how do you feel? Because you definitely had the standout performance that made your Thresh permabanned past game 3. So how does that make you feel in this series? How do you feel about all these games?
I feel great, man. That's all I gotta say. GG of the team, and I'm proud of my teammates.
Okay. So a couple of other questions. A couple of questions specifically to you, Corbin. So I know that in the first 2 games that some of the times you were getting caught out, and sometimes your team wasn't necessarily on the same page for the plays that you wanted to make. How did you guys? How did you communicate with your team? In post game of these games, in between games, to help you guys get onto the same page going into games 3 through 5.
Part of the problem for us was just like we were playing comps that in game 1 we play a comp that's just not really our strong suit. Like when I'm not on an engaged champion, we tend to have a really difficult time a lot of the times. It feels like when I'm not on something that can be because I am really aggressive and I look for plays really quickly. Like as soon as someone's out of position, I'm one of the first people most of the time that's saying let's kill this dumb cunt. And when I'm on Kindred and I'm trying to do that, I tend to be a little bit of an inter. I was super fed and we could have won the game, but I got really impatient because I felt like we weren't playing to our win condition, and so I started just inting. And then game 2, I just every time I see Karthus, I just get filled with so much rage and so much disrespect for the enemy jungler for playing that shit in my games that I just become a bloodthirsty madman and I just start inting for no reason. And yeah, I mean, on a serious note though, we just played the comps that we're comfortable with, that we're practiced on. We played what we're confident on. We played the champions that we wanted to play. We rallied around, we got hyped up, and we fucked them.
Cursing on stream, child friendly.
Is it child friendly? My bad, you didn't tell me.
cut the tape. So. Another question I want to put one towards Billy in this game, because I remember in the first 2 in the first couple of games in the series, you weren't necessarily put onto a carry type top laner, into a favorable matchup as well. So like a lot of the time, how are you able to switch up your mentality going onto the tanks that you were playing into later games, coming off of those carries or off of those carry-esque tanks on the Mundo and the Aurelia?
So for me, it's really easy to switch like playstyles because for the majority of the season, I'd say I was actually usually a tank player, and playing carries is just something we've been experimenting with and have had some success with. I mean, I think the Aurelia is just like a pick where I'm really confident to blind. But as for the tanks, like being able to switch up is just I know my team, if they're on their carries, I know all I have to do is just press the go button. Like you saw, I think I had like 30 CS when Jace had like 60, but like as long as I was setting up plays for my team, it didn't really matter because I'm a tank player. I don't need to have like all the resources. I didn't need to play super aggro in order to carry the game. I could just kind of play like a bad player and then just press the R button and my team just 1v9 or just carry me. It's the life of being a tank. Although I am a bit disappointed in my Aurelia, I will say I kind of trolled with my build. I did some like bronze build. I went like Rage Blade and all that stuff. It looked kind of funny on stream. But the reason I wanted to say that is because I was really thinking, what's going to let me win the side lane? And the Rage Blade was not the answer. I think I should have went Bork. But thanks for watching the game that last to watch. It was a really exciting series. I mean, I'm just really happy my team was all able to step up. And yeah, honestly, everyone on my team can switch playstyles, so I think it's just something we all need to do. And that's how I was able to do it.
Cool. Another thing that I want to ask, like all of you again, you guys can answer one at a time, but you guys did go down 2 games at the beginning of the series. You had a lot of fans rooting for you in those games, even though they were somewhat poor performances, but you guys managed to just come all the way back, turn it full circle, and then just push straight through the entire rest of the series. How are you guys able to, reset after those first 2 very, devastating losses?
I'm gonna give a lot of credit where it's due. After game 2, I had one of my good friends, Luis. He messaged me and gave me a rundown on what to do. His mentals were weaker, and Samso was very angry. I could feel it. He was very frustrated. He wanted to play things his way, and I'm okay with that. We talked out to the coach, but after we went through draft, after we had all of our picks we wanted, we all stopped. We took a moment. We relaxed, focused, and we looked at what we needed to do to win. We just refocusing on the game. We stopped the memes, we stopped the anger, we stopped our cockiness, all of it. Just to focus on the game.
Okay, cool. Anybody else want to give some insight into
that? I thought of, I don't know, like it was just what I personally did was like, for one, getting on those comfort picks, like I was saying earlier, was really helpful for us. But I felt very confident from the early game of the first 2 games that we were the better team. And we just we didn't play to our win condition and do what we needed to do. So I knew if we did that, we would win the next 3 games. And I wasn't worried at all because we showed in both the first games that we were far better than they were, at least the early game. And if we just transitioned them to the late game properly, then we were gonna just stomp them just like we did.
Okay. Anyone else? Is that kind of covered for you guys?
From my point of view, after game 3, yeah, I was really upset because what went through my head was that we worked so incredibly hard this entire time, and to me we just needed to do everything we can to come back, because if we went down there and then, it would have been the biggest upset of all time, because we put in the hours, we worked so freaking hard, we knew that deep down we were better than the enemy team, and all that mattered was that we trusted in each other to just work together and win, and that's all that mattered.
Hell yeah. I also was thinking about how I'm going to Australia in 5 days, and that helped me keep my mental fucking smooth brain, no wrinkles there.
Australia lol.
Australia lol.
What are you gonna go talk to some kangaroos?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm dating a kangaroo.
Gross. Anyway, going into, I have one more question for all of you guys. If you guys had to choose an MVP on your team, who would you choose?
Who wants to go first?
Let's just all say ourselves so this doesn't get awkward.
No, okay, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. If I had to think of what made us come back and win the series, I think Samso stepping up as the carry and getting his comfort pick 3 games in a row and performing every single time, on top of Corbin doing the necessary early aggression to set us up for our plays. I think if I had to vote, it'd be one of those two.
Okay.
I think for myself, I'd have to say probably Corbin, just because I was really happy with like despite how bad the first 2 games, like he was able to keep his mental really solid, and he was able to do what he needed to do like every single game. Like, I don't know, I feel like Samso definitely did carry really hard on the Jinx, but I felt like Corbin was able to enable like all the other lanes. And just another mention is I think Dano stepped up like a lot, like in this series, like in the last 3 matches he was on. You guys were on fire like Bob, but like you guys, like, I just think everyone on my team stepped up. So, but yeah, I think for my MVP it's gonna be like Corbin.
For me, it was definitely Dano, because during game 3 when he was playing Thresh, he was the main reason that we got so far ahead. Like, he was basically landing every single hook, punishing every single mistake that they made, and that momentum carried us very, very far. So I think Dano definitely deserves MVP.
I would say probably Cha-Ching deserves the MVP. I mean, just the fact that like he just didn't impact any lane in any of the 3 games that they lost, like it just made it so easy for me to get my lanes ahead, because like he just didn't gank, he didn't really farm. Like, I'm not entirely sure what he was doing.
Yeah, Corbin, whenever he ganked mid in game 4, he just gave me gold.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Like, I guess he's like starting up like a charity fund or something for struggling.
Check your PayPal after that game.
I'm not sure. Yeah. No, on the real, I would say, yeah, I think Dano. Like, especially in that because that 3rd game was pivotal. Like, our first win, that was the most important game of the series by far, because that was what like let us start destroying their mental. And then game 2, we choked out the rest of it that they had. And Dano was like the most important reason that we won game 3.
Okay, cool. Dano?
Oh god, I don't. Can I just do no comment, because I think everyone did a phenomenal job.
And, no one's an MVP, dude.
Wow.
I think everyone's an MVP.
Say Cha-Ching.
But I guess my boy rose above it all. My boy Cha-Ching.
Woo! Let's go, Life Essence! Woo!
Who the fuck was that?
Vaughn, dude.
Yeah, Vaughn!
All right.
But, yeah,
These fans are getting out of control, dude.
No,
Where's the security?
I think everyone played their job well, and I think everyone deserves MVP equally. And yeah. Thank you for everyone supporting us.
Yeah, dude. TY.
Alrighty then. I believe that concludes the interview for tonight. Do you guys have anything that you want to say specifically to all of your fans besides a thank you, or maybe just to thank them again if you would like?
I love you all!
Yeah, so I like tonight confirmed that I'm not only the most attractive jungler in the tournament, but I'm also the best jungler in the tournament.
Jesus Christ.
And I thank you all for supporting us.
I just want to give a big shout out to John, Sir Longballs, for helping us out, especially during scrims and when Corbin wasn't here. He was able to help us with a lot of scrims, and yeah, special shout out to him. He was a part of this team.
Yeah. Shout out to Sir Longballs, John, in the fucking chat right now.
Woo!
If I could say anything, thank you to all my friends who watched us. Thanks for everyone supporting. And I'm like, I really appreciate like all the support from everybody.
individually or they're gonna get sad.
Wait. Shout out to Weenie Desu, because that person's a really cool person, you know? The
Yeah,
person's
she's
always around.
my #1 fan. Thank you to all my fans. Just, thank you. Just thanks for supporting me and only me. So, just kidding. No, you guys are everyone who's watching. You guys are all awesome, and yeah, I know sometimes we make some int plays, but I appreciate you guys. All right, I think there might be too much people. How much people?
Is there anyone specific?
Hold on. Shout out to my boy Vaughn, because I almost forgot about him. He came in the past 2 days, and he's been working on helping us set goals and improve our gameplay and communications. Vaughn, that was the guy who came in and shouted, by the way. That man, he's my boy. He's the unspoken MVP, if you ask me.
All right.
Vaughn was just using us as guinea pigs, anyways.
Hey.
Fucking asshole.
Child-friendly stream. Anyway, if no one else has anything else to say, that would conclude the interview and conclude the stream. I would like to thank everybody for watching. Thank you all for coming out to support Life Essence in this Best of 5 series. And I also would like for any of you guys here, a little shameless self-promotion of the channel, to leave a follow. We're going to be streaming a lot of the games that we play in the future and all the tournaments that we're playing in for every team, and it would be very enjoyable or very much so appreciated if all of you guys would come out again and support us. And speaking of support, have you?
Scuttle Scrims.
Oh my god.
Scuttle Scrims really definitely helped us out during our entire season.
Yo, real quick,
us with
are we gonna have like
high-quality scrims.
Are we gonna have like some NASCAR style fucking like logos of Scuttle Scrims on our jerseys? 'Cause I'm not down for that. Like, I refuse.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. Good night, everybody, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Except for you, fuck you.